County Commissioners Board with the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Andy, you're first.
It was wild.
I just want to see how the views go, whatever, if I get a good audience. I'll be pretty brief as best I can. There are two topics I want to touch on. One, the recorder approached me last week talking about sort of tech and how their stuff is run, and asked some questions about the differences between ours and theirs. And I know he and the auditor had a couple conversations about interworking their technology. The recorder has a couple of computers down in the real estate office right now. They are on physically separate networks. They might as well be in different countries for all intents and purposes. But people come down to the real estate office often with very similar questions and are printing off records of the recorder, and the real estate people do it for them. Neither here nor there, they were inquiring about the options of putting them together. And the shorter answer is you can't, because you're on physically separate networks, and the technology that the recorder's office uses is not mobile available. It's all housed on a physical server in-house. The recorder inquired about the possibility of me working with them on their tech and joining our network. I said, hey, I'm open to the idea, but obviously I need to have that conversation with you gentlemen. It shouldn't be hugely difficult. I mean, they're a relatively small amount of users, but I have no idea what their setup is. I told them it's one of those things that we want to go through methodically to make sure that we're not, causing anyone any consternation and any of this. But again, just wanted to approach and feel you guys out and see what you thought about it. I'm on board with it. I'm open to the idea of at least discussing it further. It wouldn't present a huge crushing, load of work that would affect the other duties I have right now. I think I could incorporate that in fairly well. Yeah, we had that conversation maybe Wednesday or Thursday last week, so I want to chat to you all about it.
Being on a separate network, and in lieu of what happened with the city of Columbus last year, how much danger is there from outside with two systems joined together?
Fairly little done appropriately. So when they would join our network, they would inherit our policies that we have in place. I don't know what their policies are that govern their tech. I don't know if they're different. I don't know if they're the same. But, like anything else, when you bring people into your building and they're breathing your air and all that, yeah, you kind of want to make sure that everyone's playing by the same rules. So that's part of the methodical steps that we would take, is evaluate what they have, see what's the same, what's different, sort of brace them for any change. It's a consideration, but we would investigate what's there, investigate the best ways to sort of migrate and move that over and mitigate any risk. But once they're on board and inside our ecosystem, it's no more risk than what we already assume right now. It's just more users, bigger footprint, the possibility in theory goes up, but I feel like we've done a pretty good job over here in the last 12 years.
And folding them into our program, would you be able to recognize any hanky-panky cyber activity going on in their system?
We'd have the same tools and controls for them that we would have for ours. They would, not exist as a separate entity that just happened to live in our place. They would be part of ours. They would join our server. We would likely get rid of theirs, fold their computers into our network, our password policy, our antivirus, the security program you guys approved last year. They would roll into that as well. So we'd have the same blanket, same coverage, we have the same tools at our disposal now to investigate, as you said, hanky-panky. So
As long as they didn't bring any unwanted guests with them.
it's always a danger, it's always a risk, but everything is, so we just slow, methodical, take our time, investigate what they have. If it looked really dirty and messy, it'd slow us down. If I look through all the machines, oh yeah, this looks good, you guys are great. But if it was pop-ups all over the place and toolbar add-ins and God only knows what, it would slow down our progress. It'd be, okay, we can do this. We're going to wipe this computer out before it touches ours because I don't trust it. But we evaluate case by case.
You anticipating any cost increase to your department doing this?
Nothing crazy. So I was talking with him about email because he asked if other departments didn't include email for their staff. I said, to my knowledge, you're the only one. Yeah, they have a Bright.net account for the recorder themselves. I think they said maybe one staff had an address, but it's not rosscountyohio.gov. Right now, I've got 18 free licenses, so we'd have no additional costs from a licensing standpoint with there. The server we have has both the horsepower and the capacity to take them on. They're already piggybacking off of our internet right now, so we have no cost change really there. We'd have some miscellaneous, I mean, there'd be some one-time costs, but from a going forward standpoint, I don't see any ongoing major cost changes associated with this. There'd be some one-time, oh wait, we need to buy this, or this is incompatible with this, and just under $10,000, probably under $5,000.
Who takes care of their stuff now?
It's weird. I don't know exactly. I'm not sure they entirely know. Here's what I think it is though. So they've got a software company that does all their e-records and stuff like that. Their support is officially through that company. I can't remember what the name of it is off the top of my head. I know there was a little bit of issue getting that information from prior administration in that office. But what I think it is they file, the company that does all the records filing for them, then third-party contracts out a tech support group that knows how to work with that software, but they're not actually employed by them because they call two separate companies. If they have a filing issue, they call one person, and if it's, oh, I need my password reset, they call another. But I think they're subcontracted out, so the bill looks the same, but they call two separate people for two separate issues.
So I was thinking that she had something that the state required her to have down there.
I'm not sure. I mean, I could imagine that the state could require a particular type of software or a way that a record is kept. But I'd be shocked if they mandated what support group they have to use for password resets and printer installs.
But I don't mind taking them on with us. It's not gonna cost us a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
Like somebody else, when they switched and left us, said it wasn't gonna cost us anything, but it did.
200-some-thousand.
Yeah. So as long as that doesn't happen, well, then I'm good with it.
We're going the right direction on this one, managed by someone with a vested interest in keeping those numbers small and not large, because I don't profit off of larger numbers in this. It is a side conversation. I would ask for some minor consideration in this if we're gonna expand job duties and roles, if there's any financial consideration to be made or asked in this instance. I don't feel like being greedy, that's not my style, just appropriately thought of, in this. I think it's the right direction to go to. I do. I like helping. I like being efficient. It drives me crazy when we're inefficient somewhere. That's what always when it itched me. So.
Out of the 11 elected officials, is there any other offices outside of your like technical wheelhouse?
I'd have to get a recap on who those elected officials are, but right now I serve auditor, treasurer, commissioner, planning, building, parks, engineering, service center, dog warden. I know I'm gonna miss some in there. But courts is basically the only one in this building, that building. The coroner I do some work with. They have, I don't know who does their tech support stuff, but I do as they piggyback off our email. And that's sort of not weird, but there are groups where I do provide a lot of, technical resources and advice too, but don't have direct responsibility because I've always just wanted to help. So the coroner has a rosscountyohio.gov email address, and I process their printer bill for it. It's paid out of my data processing budget every year, but I don't do baseline computer support from them, just never asked. So there are groups where we'll have some tangential relationship with and involvement with. Some are in for a penny, some are in for a pound.
So at the clerk of courts and the future member will be in the.
Yep, actively working with him on there. We maintain a footprint up in the service center. We do credit card readers. I can't remember what they do. It's like boat registration or something. It's like the only registration that's not run through the state. So there's a county owned computer up there, county owned printer up there. I do all the support for. They piggyback off our wireless, and all their credit card machines run off our wireless. And I've gotten pretty good at running those credit card terminals from memory. So yeah, some instances, we have a lot of things. Some we have minor involvement with, but we've been in discussions about that. All the cameras up there, for the service center with the exception of some that are in right now, the title department up there, which we were looking to change. We changed out the ones in BMB when theirs didn't work the way they wanted to, so BMB is another one we advised on the computer that's going up there. Every time Ron's got a problem, he calls me, or Georgia calls, but officially, no, but lots of places that we just help and liaise and do the best we can with. So.
Sounds good. I think it makes sense, to bring them on board.
Yeah.
Centralizing all of that makes sense. Jeff's point, just be careful on the hanky-panky, or, but whatever, just, whatever we can do. One point, kind of off topic, but I was absent last week, but watched the video. There were some questions about maybe, Brad, you brought up the point of potentially having some sort of, not email, but phone or something for the dog warden's office, and we don't have to explore that all now, but I think making sure that we have efficiency.
Well, for some reason, they're not on our email either.
That's what I thought they got.
I don't know why that is. Do you, Andy?
Sort of. So forcing people to use some things has always been a bit of a sticky wicket. It's one of those things I kind of learned early on that unless it was something really serious, there wasn't a whole lot of need to force people to do stuff. It was mostly just, hey, we're going to build a proper infrastructure for ourselves and anyone that wants to use it. And when someone, email is a huge one. And when someone would present a problem, hey, I can't get Outlook to do this. Great, Outlook's terrible. It's never been good at that. Come on board. We've got a system built for you. It's been a real easy thing to absorb. The dog warden, for whatever reason, just has never wanted to come on board with that. They use their own not personal, but I mean, a Gmail account they created. At some point, I've created an account for one before. There just doesn't seem to be any desire to use it unless we wanted to force, which I've always tried to sort of, unless it was a security issue or, affected the safety of the stuff here. One of those fights, it just wasn't worth picking.
Yeah.
I just have a little bit of lack of patience here with, in light of what happened to Columbus last year, we were dangling parts of it.
Sure.
And they haven't been to our system.
If they were in the, so the dog warden is entirely separate from us. They have no tie-ins to us. They have no linkages to this network. If they melted their computer down, we'd never notice the difference here. It would be 3 hours to go out and fix it.
That's why I said, we don't even know who they're hooked to or anything.
So they connect in, they've got their own standalone Horizon connection that they plug straight into. It's one computer, one printer. There's no network, there's no data sharing. The risk is minimal to non-existent.
Well, the transition into our system is what I'm talking about.
Sure.
That's where the door opens.
Yeah, so there's really not a way to transition the dog warden here because they're so physically remote. The amount of infrastructure you'd have to put in place to put them on this network is probably not worth the minimum. Realistically, they take a lot of pictures, store a lot of pictures, and send emails and print stuff. That's basically it. We've got a computer out there. I do a separate backup on it because they're not on our network out here. So
It's only one computer out there.
just one that I'm aware of, Juanita's office there. So bringing them into our fold is probably not worth the effort. Probably actually presents more risk than anywhere near the reward. The recorder being a different story, but.
Plus, when you have a new building built on site where the old building is, so that further complicates that.
Yeah, if we were gonna get really complex out with that building, you had 5, 6 computers, we do something similar to what we do up at EMA, where they do have a lot of tie-in stuff, so they are connected down here. But so is the entire building, because there's a significant cost associated with Horizon or Glow Fiber does in the background a point-to-point connection. They literally plug a wire into one switch, they plug another wire into another switch, and that links EMA to us. Well, we pay for that privilege. It's not a cheap answer, but it also connects all the cameras and access control stuff and all the other things that we have up there so that we can centrally manage it under our umbrella. For one endpoint at the dog warden's office, not worth it. Yeah, we'd be spending thousands to get,
Dollars to dimes, yeah.
we'd be missing the forest for the trees on that one. But the recorder, yeah, absolutely is another story and a good way to go about doing it. I tend to joke around here a lot that the policies that I put in place don't make me a lot of friends around here because no one likes resetting their passwords or, you know, your damn computer one more time. I could probably retire if I got paid for that, but I'm here to do it right because I always joke, I don't want to have to sleep in my office for a month because it's just me cleaning up the mess. So whatever mess I make is me cleaning up. So I have a very personal interest in doing it correctly by the book, you know, and keeping it safe and secure and keeping the holes as few and as small as possible.
You know, no, I hear what you're saying, especially on the safety structure, infrastructure side of the network. My issue or question was kind of the same lane at hanging parts. To me, I like uniformity, especially for outward facing, what we could think of customer facing employees of county government. Obviously, what we saw last week is the dog warden is an outward facing one, and I'm not saying that needs to happen today, but we should really think about across all of county government, specifically those that report to Board of Commissioners. Think about uniformity in emails. I understand people don't like change, but
I agree with you.
but people don't like change. Once they change to this, they won't ever want to change
It's
again. So.
It's sort of like selling shirts out of the back of your trunk and calling yourselves J.C. Penney's. It doesn't look right. Maybe J.C. Penney's doesn't look like it, doesn't feel like it, and it doesn't present the professionalism that I'd like to see in some cases. But to cite an old example, when I first started here, one of the offices was entirely wireless and it was terrible. It didn't work. We were working on rewiring the building and all this stuff, and I was hardwiring their computers. And when it was time to refresh theirs and cycle the old ones out, but the new ones, they didn't have a wireless card. An elected official came up here and talked to the 3 prior commissioners and yelled and screamed about how I shouldn't have done that. Just trying to explain that it was no longer necessary, that they were hardwired in. Well, by God, we wanted wireless computers for this connectivity. So I'm trying to learn where my line is between forcing someone to do something that has a feeling of power and control in their office while still trying to take care of it. It's a fine line of taking care of problems and letting them think that the solutions are their solutions, and trying to keep the number of people that come up here and yell about me to you guys at a minimum. So
I think the way out of that's academic, because within 2 years, we're gonna look all of us. And everybody in this building comes, this side of the building comes out and goes over to our new home over at the LCMB Bank building or wherever is economically feasible to put that. And then everything starts from scratch.
well, and that's sort of what, when I started, not to again get to just talking, but when I started, my goal was, look, there's no need for us to be in the infrastructure business. We should have a good solid internet connection and store our data in mobilely accessible places. And that was kind of a radical idea 12 years ago. But it's worked, and it would continue, but for just those reasons is, the fewer things we have to move or the fewer things that are beholden to this building, the better.
This all goes to the court.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the fewer things to move, and just from an accessibility, which sort of dovetails into my second topic, whenever you guys are ready, is, the way we work changed, especially with COVID. The idea of what can get done and where is changing every day.
You go beam the bridge of the Starship Enterprise from the basement of this building over to there.
It's already done. Did that 5 years ago. That's what handwriting on the wall for a lot of things, but yeah, we have a footprint right now. There's fiber that runs through the archives, runs to LCMB, our actual network. You could take your computer, log in at LCMB right now in a modified form, and not in every office because the prosecutor has their space. But there are wireless points in that building that you can take your laptop to, log in, and access your data just fine.
One of the options is to tear down and build new.
That'd be fun.
So this is all out in the wind right now. We're
It's
just looking at options.
It's a
no decision.
pain in the neck building from a technological standpoint because it was built at the time where that was not a consideration or a thought. Neither was this building, but we've also had lots of years to work on this one. That would be a very tough building technologically.
Well, perfect opportunity to wrap up loose ends.
Yeah,
So that's recorder's office.
that's the recorders, and that dovetails into the second one I wanted to bring up, which is a little bit more personal to me. I wanted to feel you guys out for the option of doing, not at all with any regularity, working remotely, working from home. When I started here 12 years ago, was married, had my one and only kid on the way. You know, getting to work was never an issue, and hasn't been since. There are some rare instances where work from home is a really good option, and I know that under some prior commissioners, the thought has always been, no, just take sick time. But I can work, I want to work, I can be productive, and I don't want to pay someone else to cover while I'm gone. I can do a huge majority of what I need to get done from a laptop regardless of where it is. So I wanted to feel out and see if that's at all appropriate to do once in a great blue moon. I think it comes up no more than a half dozen times a year.
Does this come full circle back what federal government's doing and what we're asking for here? I mean, it's a complete 180.
What's that?
Trump is snapping down on all the out of office work.
I mean,
And I'm not saying that's what we're doing.
No, I understand.
I'm sure these guys do too.
I don't like the idea, and this is just my own personal thing, I would never want a job where it was work from home permanently, because I'd never feel like I left work. Home would feel like work would feel like home, and I don't want that. I carry 2 phones because I want a division between work and personal. But with all this hard weather, there have been a couple times where I'll have 3 kids at home, you know, at this point, trying to, yeah. You know,
You're one of the kids?
and to be honest, honestly, rather than taking care of 3 kids, having the distraction of getting some work done is a pretty good excuse to go in the other room and play and leave me alone so I can get some work done. But once in a great blue moon, it comes up, and I always feel completely inefficient and lazy when I'm taking sick time to take care of something that I can still work. I can check emails, I can log in, I can access my data, I can remote control the computers. It's very rarely, you know, is there an instance where it's, oh my God, I physically have to be there in this instant. And if that's the case, I live 7 miles down or 7 minutes down the road. So just wanted to talk about it a little bit more formally, because it's something that I've been able to do now and again, but I wanted to seek your blessing for extremely limited, but, you know.
But when somebody has 30 grandkids, I can tell you that you can't help but separate. Or it's hard to separate. You know, I just don't want to be in creative mode. We're bringing some new software to the system, and all of a sudden we got the Peppa Pig program.
No, and you know, it's usually, you know, I'm not gonna, I don't want to make it a lifestyle. I do not want to work from home job. I never understood people that thought that was attractive. I just don't. The part that bothers me is, all right, I'm paying a backup person to answer questions. I'm still talking to them, and I used to joke that I've never really had a day off because I always just take calls while I'm off anyway. It's the nature of the work. You know, so I'm not going to be doing major projects. There's not going to be, you know, giant rollouts. It's going to be, crap, you know, I've got my son down in the basement today because Unio was fixing the water line between them and CCI, and they called off school.
I think
I'll bring him in. He's very quiet. People seem to love him around here, but there are some odd circumstances where it's, shoot, this would be so much easier just to work from home today. You know, on the rare instance that it comes up, I just kind of want to seek your all's blessing to do that extremely limitedly, and, you know, running all that stuff through Brad, of course, of, hey, here's the situation, do you mind if I work from home today? You know, I wouldn't be doing this unilaterally or just deciding, hey, it's Friday and we're off Monday, I'm gonna work from home Friday. No, I don't want to do that, so.
We got a work session this afternoon, we'll talk about it in that.
Okay. Like I said, I want to just stress the limited nature of it. I do not want to work from home. If I was told I had to work from home, I'd probably be pretty pumped off about that, because I like my personal space, I like my workspace, and I don't like mixing the two.
You have a home office.
Yeah, it's fun. My son's got a little desk, and I've got a little desk. Both got our work done in there, and there's a door that I can shut and all that. But yeah, it's just, there've been a few times where it would be very convenient, and in the past I've just been told, no, take sick time for it. I want to work. So.
So recorder, I don't think we're moving any money to
No, I think it's a good idea.
but you guys okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, that's a good idea.
I'll keep pursuing conversations then. I told him, you know, if you could check to see when his support contract was up with his existing company, because I think that was sort of up in the air. To figure out, you know, one, what does he pay? when is he up, what's his contractual obligation? And that, if it was the end of the year, great, we'll start pre-planning beforehand with your all's blessing. If it was up in 3 weeks, well, okay, we'll just move a little faster. Worst case, I just take over things as is, and then we slowly migrate and integrate. I don't want to rush that part, but just kind of be ready to catch.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. And for what it's worth too, every year I always budget for some known unknown. There's always an unknown technological request. There's always an unknown something that's gonna happen. So there's a certain amount in my budget every year that catches things just like this. So I don't anticipate even to ask for additional appropriations. It's just covered. So,
Sounds good.
if you guys have any questions for me, please let me know. I'll continue to talk with the reporter and report back.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
We already started.
Dennis?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of the last meeting.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Kelsey got it finished, she's sitting on my desk, so looking at it. She just carries, written on the letter and everything, she's just sitting there.
Any bills for the week? 630,598. Sheriff bought 2 vehicles for 89,800. Planning Commission, 163 in grant allocations for architectural and engineering work, makes it basically. Engineering, 91,000 for road work, and commissioners bought a new truck for maintenance of 47,000. Big ticket items of it. The motion to accept those for the week. Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Morning, sir. How we doing? No,
Been a now analysis. $133,589.34.
so moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Mr. Jeff, you got something you want to bring up, then?
Only if you guys do.
Okay.
Well, no, Kathy had sent me an email last week about trying to find time today to talk about the senior center contract. And I thought I was gonna be in court all morning covering stuff, so I didn't get a chance to respond. It wasn't put on the agenda. I went over to court and found out somebody else was covering, so my morning opened up. I don't know if it's something you guys want to deal with later, or it's completely up to you guys. I popped in on my way back to the office, so.
Any of this now?
Might as well talk about it.
Yeah, and I don't mind if somebody hears that we're being serious about it. Yeah. I'll take.
Let's do the transfers and all stuff like that first.
We got plenty of those. Okay, this is, the transfer from, general fund to the, Jobs and Family Services for public assistance, and this is $38,529.75.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Transfer from Ross County Prosecutor to General Fund.
I'm giving it back to you guys. I'm giving it back to you.
Oh, no. I said that. I just wanted to trick you.
Fine, man, give it back.
Yeah, so I'll give it back $5,000 for, from equipment to other expenses.
So moved.
Second.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Appropriation of fund from Ross County Coroner from the, this is from the general fund to, from due to cancellation of 2024 POs. So they're reinstating the dollar amount. Autopsies, 86,000, toxicology, 75,000, and Howler's liver library, 18,250. For a total of $179,250.
So moved.
Second.
Favor say aye. Appropriation from the general fund to the clerk of courts for new clerk training and staff training in the travel account for $4,000.
So I have a copy of it.
Say that again.
It's from the general fund to the travel account of clerk's court's office, $4,000 for travel for new clerk training and staff.
What did you just?
Second.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
I don't know why it's not coming up. It's never.
Because we talked about that when new officer comes in, anybody for training. Maybe it's more expensive than we thought.
Yeah, or maybe he doesn't know, but that's fine. Might touch base.
Because it should have some training in that budget.
I'm pretty sure we did, because I remember talking about that.
Do we wanna,
Hold off on that.
No, let's go, we'll go ahead and do it and we'll figure it out.
Okay, the,
That's a copy of the, I didn't know if you had it or not.
Well, maybe I don't.
oh, this is.
Is it the one we got on that ditch again or?
Yes.
I called Charlie and that.
I almost done talking about. That's the township road.
Yeah.
Why am I getting involved in it?
Got one more
Shouldn't be.
appropriation.
I shouldn't be. I don't know why the guy keeps sending us an emails about it. He's got a thing for you and Charlie. His thing would be with the township trustees and their attorney.
Let's get down with business here. I got two more appropriations.
Okay.
Okay, this is from Common Police General Project Fund to equipment and other expenses, a total of $11,300.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. And this one is for the law library. It was never funded. So we have salaries, PDRS, workers' comp, group insurance, Medicare, advertising and printing, supplies, equipment, and other expenses totaling $82,400. And the majority of that is in advertising and printing. Where did we get this?
That's what was spent last year. I think that whatever came out of advertising and printing probably should not have come out of that account code. So it might have to be transferred eventually into a different account code.
Who's responsible for that? Is it, we just have one staff, part-time staff?
You are, right?
And the board, right? Well,
We got activity working on that, so.
yeah, that's, the goal is hopefully to sort out the library, law library sooner. than
So
later.
moved.
Second,
Yeah,
we can always take it.
but we can,
I said, you are now.
we got a lot to figure out the law library. I think.
All right. Let's talk about senior center in 25 minutes.
Should take that long.
Do this in open session.
We can.
Yes,
I think that's fine.
because there's nothing closed about whatsoever.
I don't think I didn't see where it fit, so. Okay, so we're looking over the contract that was written back in
19, maybe 14?
14,
14.
and we're getting nothing.
Well, we talked about this a few months ago. There was confusion about when if the commissioner's intent was to terminate the agreement, you've got to give 6-month notice. And I think the commissioners were under the impression that that 6-month notice would be from the end of June, when the contract would expire. But my reading of the contract is that we're on a January to December. So by the end of June this year is when
It has to be,
it would have to be something,
they notify. They have to be notified by the end of June.
yes. If it's the desire of the commissioners to terminate this contract at the end of 2025. There's a lot of obligations that the corporation has under this agreement. I don't know what they have or haven't provided to the commissioners at any point in time.
So my 4 years being here, they haven't supplied anything.
I know I've had some conversations about the individuals trying to get some of these records. And I have not had an opportunity to speak to the attorney yet for the corporation, but it's been represented to me that the corporation feels as though they're not subject to public records requests. My reaction to that is that it's not accurate. Granted, they are not a public entity like a political subdivision or something of that nature, but they are fully funded by taxpayer money, and they are appointed by the commissioners in order to do duties that would otherwise fall under the commissioners. So I think that they are subject to public records requests. I think the best part, or the best course of action, I think we talked about a while ago, was maybe bringing representatives of the corporation to a meeting sooner rather than later, just to see what information they are able to provide regarding this. I know we're not, they've got some discretion as far as how they want to spend the money and the policies that they're putting in place on how to distribute that money, what's cost effective, what's not cost effective. And I've related that to some of the other elected officials who wanted to, sort of compel them to spend the money in a different way. That's not our role to tell them how to spend it. It's just to make sure that they're doing not what one person thinks is right, but what everybody feels they can and should be doing with this money.
I just had a problem when we applied for that grant. We applied for that grant on the understanding that it would go to help Bainbridge and Adelphi to have meals at least them 2 places. Well, so far that hasn't happened.
My understanding is that there were meals available in Adelphi, but just that they did not open up the facility on a daily basis to provide the meals there.
There was no facility there to open up that was functional at that time.
Then the mayor let them use the village hall as a get together. Because one of my things was, are you guys delivering meals to individuals out in the Hallsville, Adelphi area? And they said yes. And I said, well, if you have 10 people who's going to meet at the village hall and they're part of the senior citizens, if they're going to meet there, why don't you just take 10 extra meals and drop them 10 meals off at the seniors at the village hall and let people have their meals there? Because that's what they want to do. They want to sit down and have a get together when they have their meals.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just say, I don't, going back to your statement, Jeff, I don't think yet, I'm not in the position where I want to terminate their contract. But what I see is a couple issues. First is what you're mentioning, Commissioner Lowe. They had satellite areas and for whatever reason that stopped sometime during the pandemic. Yeah. Ross County is the second largest county by state. You can't have elderly people driving, in some cases 20 plus 30 miles just to get resources. I know they're delivering. So I think that's what's brought this, at least for me, is to my attention in the beginning was hearing from constituents and residents about that change. And I wasn't part of the board before, but I know you all have made requests in different ways. my biggest concern is around not telling them how to spend the money, but I think we have a right and really an obligation to understand how they're spending it, and so does anyone who wants to know. This is taxpayer funded. So it's more for me an issue of oversight, and ensuring that we know what's being done with the tax money, or the tax revenue that they receive. I'm not suggesting anything nefarious or anything like that. I'm just saying we've requested this funding, or at least I know that the county auditor has. We've been told that it's not subject to public record, and we believe that it is. And so, to me, I think at least the beginning is the starting point is a conversation that has to be had between us and them. And I'm down to have a conversation about how we're meeting the expectations, or how they are meeting, and we collectively are meeting the expectations of those who are supposed to be served by this organization. So that's my piece of it.
Well, the financial communication is not being served as it was indicated in the management agreement. And that's the biggest tripping hazard. And that, therefore, you start wondering about all the other spending and responsibility of spending that comes with that. But, the programming is more than just serving meals. It's the fellowship and the functionality of seniors getting together and getting out of lonely situations into a group setting. And that's simply not happening in Philadelphia and in Bainbridge. So we've gotten complaints of that before. We've got those, 2 years ago? And I assume it's been going on a lot since. We just need to get in contact with these folks and sit down and have a discussion on what's happened, what is happening now, and what's happening in the future.
Yeah, and I think you can, for purposes of your board, you can throw out whether or not they're a public entity subject to public records requests. That doesn't matter. You guys have the ability and the agreement to oversee. I mean, they're supposed to provide you a budget
Well, see, that's like,
for each year.
I've been there for 4 years. I don't think they're even following one bit of this.
And there might be new board members that.
But you don't know who the board members are. That's one of my problems I got, I went to a meeting at Senior Citizens. They couldn't tell me who was on the board.
Even a private organization, they're generally pretty public about who the board of directors are, and it's just strange. It's just strange. That's what's bothered me about it, is this is just so not standard protocol for any organization. But I'm not gonna get worked up about it. They just need to.
I think we ought to have lunch there next Sunday. Start asking some questions. What do you think about that? We're seniors, we gotta stick together.
I think we ought to have them up here so we can have a little conversation with them.
No, and I think that's within your province to do that.
I think see if we can get them on our agenda, come grace our doors and have a
You know who to call?
You can call Jody.
So put them on for next week,
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now.
Oh, that's right, you're not gonna do that.
Absentee commission.
It's just, when you hear seniors talk about they're not getting what they were promised, it's kind of tough. And they're getting promises from the Senior Citizens Center, and they're not getting it.
Well, senior citizens are, in many cases, the ones who have an outweighed impact in terms of their property taxes. So, if you had a mortgage that you paid your house off, whatever, 1970, you're paying property taxes that are more than your mortgage was back then, and you're on a fixed income. So that's an even bigger sensitivity around it. But I don't want to get that much in the weeds, but how do they define what they know? Like, how do they determine the needs and things like that? I'd like to know the methodology behind that, and
I think those are all the obligations laid out in the agreement.
Yeah, that's right. It's in the
Come up with a
agreement.
plan on how to provide services and what services to provide. Provide that to the commissioners.
Question in the dark because we don't have the data.
all right, I think we're on the same page here.
Do you want to talk about Brett Clark or
I don't know that you guys need to.
I don't wanna talk about it.
what the one's being addressed by?
You're not the only one. It's not your guys' business.
That's the same thing I was. You know, it's a township road. In my opinion, it's a township problem. If the township is not addressing it, why should I address it? It's not my concern. Even though, yeah, there's people that live out there.
No, and me and Charlie and the township are working on it, and
You can't solve the problem overnight. That's not gonna happen.
no, I mean, there's research that's going into it. And unfortunately, we're still dealing with a situation where, the most recent attorney we hired has some conflict cases that I have to cover because she's not able to yet. In a perfect world, I would have 8 hours a day to work on this for Mr. Clark, but it's an imperfect world and I have a hard time finding 15 minutes a week to work on this one particular issue. So I'm not ignoring them or anything like that. I just, I've got to prioritize some things and, when I've got a aggravated vehicular homicide trial that's set for this week that went away on Friday, I can't just assume that it's going to go away and not prep for it. So, all the hours that I spent prepping for that, unfortunately, kind of go by the wayside and turned out to be unnecessary, but I can't.
You can't, yeah.
I've only got so many hours in the day like everyone else, and
You gotta be
trying to.
Looking down the road with our comprehensive, a lot of land use issues there, a lot of enterprise zones, a lot of TIFs. Would it behoove us to get some outside counsel on contract to take care of those issues and get them off your plate?
I don't think that those have caused any sort of a real problem.
They will, they're gonna grow as we.
Well, I think if we address it as we get into it, I mean, I'll be the first ones to tell you, look, this is,
Way over my head.
yeah, it's maybe not way over my head, but it's dragging me down and I can't get 17 other things done. I don't think we're at that point yet. I don't think we've reached a situation where there's been a delay in getting stuff to you guys on those particular issues. And again, that's just one of the things that, those larger projects are gonna get prioritized a little bit higher than some of the other issues. My first thing's always gonna be prosecuting criminal cases. I mean,
Yeah, I mean.
I can't tell you, I can't envision a scenario where I'm gonna sit here and say, that's not my number one obligation as the county prosecutor. And if I ever do get to that point, somebody slap the crap out of me and tell me I'm doing it wrong, because that should always be the number one goal. But no, I'll be completely honest with you guys, if it gets to the point where it's getting to be too much. A lot of the contracts we've gone through I had some concern getting into the Appalachian grant contracts and stuff like that, but that seems to have gone pretty smooth up to this point in time, except for the one hiccup with Georgetown, which wasn't anything on the counties and that caused that hiccup. So no, I'll be straightforward with you guys. If we get to that point, I'll tell you.
Good.
Or if you guys think it's getting to that point, approach me first if I haven't approached you.
Well, I just don't want to see you flaming out on us, because it's gonna get complex.
I am stubborn. Now, when I took over in January of 2019, and then we had the jail renovation project go bankrupt and we were going to be suing the corporation, that was a lot for me to learn
Yeah.
3 weeks onto the job. So that one had to get farmed out real quick, but.
Well, I don't see any problem with, Bricker and Grader, grading on retainer, or, I just don't see, I'd rather be sure about our documents and our process than pitching pennies here and getting drowned in the swamp of a lawsuit or something.
I understand that too. Yeah, well, we're clear.
On the Brett Clark thing, I think you and Charlie going out there showed that you're serious about the problem and his concerns. I think you've communicated.
Now he's mad at you because you haven't returned his.
Well,
even
that's
though
what I was gonna
good.
say is I recognize, Jeff, you've got a lot on your plate and I'm not gonna,
That's on you, because when I was out there, I told him, I said, hey, let's try and touch base once a week, just so that you know that there's stuff going on with it. And, sure as shit, things blew up that first week. And there hasn't been a communication between he and I since that meeting, but it doesn't mean it's not getting worked on, it's just, and I'll do a better job reaching out to him and telling him, look, again, we're not ignoring you, Brett, we're just working on it what we can.
At the end of the day, you got that. You're right. It's not, we don't have jurisdiction over the matter.
No, you don't.
It's a township jurisdiction, so we can't do anything. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Anything else you got?
Len, I know in 2 weeks, I've got a hearing at 11:15 for a trial that's the next day. If you guys want me to be here for the senior citizens thing. So if you want to do it, maybe by 10 o'clock or so.
That's what I've got open right now. so-
Okay, yeah, I'll be available. Just shoot me an email confirming that they're available or that we found somebody at that time and I'll make myself here for it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jeff. Today we got a hangar lease for $35 a month.
So,
Simple. Just favor? Alright.
I wouldn't have been able to take an even remote shot in the dark on how much it costs to lease a hangar for a month.
for $35,
Apparently,
pretty cheap.
that is cheap.
So move the hangar and, storage. We got that straightened out.
These, I think, this one and the one you did the last time were like the last, remember those two that came back and is not received?
Right.
Kathy went back in there and sent those out again, figured out who they were and sent them back to them, and those are the results. So they're out of there.
So they're out. We don't have, there's no openings out there now.
That should be all of them.
I was saying, 'cause if it was empty, everybody would be jumping on it.
Well, we've got Bob Blues that we need to make a phone call on.
You know Bob, did you know Bob? He passed away earlier in the year. And his son's called us a couple times and they're trying to sell the plane or whatever, so we're still working on that one. But the rest of them are filled. We could fill 10 more right now if we have.
I was gonna say, we can fill some more.
He's got a list.
I don't have a plane, so I'm not.
I have a contract here for Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Administrative Consultant. This is Dale Hartle. Remember him? He's the guy that we do annually serve up this contract for, represent us on grant work. And there's a 2025 contract. It's by the hour.
It was last year.
Yeah, I don't.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
His company's got an acronym too, and I always get it messed up with
Yeah.
ORDC.
It is.
ORDC or something.
Yeah.
For you guys, the advanced team. Okay, looks good, I'm telling you.
I have no texting for someone. I want to reach out and I'm already over here. Your stuff's here. Just bring your stuff.
I have a Commissioner Axel report from the Planning and Development Department for release of funds. Attached to release of funds for the CDBG allocation grant administered by the Ohio Regional Development Corporation. One is for Clarksburg 3rd Street reconstruction, and one is for Adelphia Storm Sewer project. And remarkably, both of these individually are $470,000.
So moved.
Second.
What good math that is.
Since I've seen it.
All in favor?
Aye. See, now I'm thinking, that's both of the same.
Are you sure?
I don't even know where Third
That's
Street.
called easy math.
I don't even know where Third Street Clarksburg is.
That's a
Oh,
good
that's
example.
Second Street and Fourth Street.
That's a good example though of the county utilizing, it's a good, 4 different governments. You got federal fund. Yeah. Oh, state of Ohio, county planning office. And then
Then we have a allocation request for public children's services, cover the local spending of $2.5 million.
Let's, have the auditor come up there and find out whether we're gonna get that $2.5 million, so she's the one to say that we don't need to put a levy on because we can fill the bill.
Do you want to call Jeff up here?
I don't know if we can have that conversation for a minute,
No.
but
We can have it after the land bank. The land bank's only gonna last half hour probably. Am I right?
Yeah.
Say yes. There you go. But then I'm kidding you guys.
And we got a request here from Shelby Powell, the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency, expressing interest to support the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency application for the US EPA Brownfield as a land revitalization program technical assistance grant. This is just an indication that we are interested in so doing. For the grant.
yeah, I think it doesn't hurt. I read that and they don't have a project necessarily in mind, but it sounds like it's pretty flexible in terms of uses, and they're talking about collaborating with local economic development to identify sites that might fit for phase 1 evaluations and things like that. So,
Oh, you know, if it's in with the land bank too.
yeah, it could fit in the plan.
So, second.
All in favor?
Aye. Sarah, you having fun yet?
Yeah.
Okay. You want you to fall asleep back there.
No, I got good sleep last night.
Folks.
All right. Come on, Joe.
After today's meeting, you guys will have to.
You already did it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Hey, we didn't start this job yet.
Smooth sailing.
How many times do I got a call? Send an email back to the enterprise that says that we don't.
Okay. So you're
That's good about yourself.
A little warmer than what it was last time.
I'll take it. Tricia, how are you? So we're good shape.
All right, I am 10:00 on the dot here. If you want to call the land bank meeting to order.
Sounds good. We had this in new business, but given the new commissioner in the room and departing commissioner, we might want to start with the commissioners introducing the new land bank board members so that person can vote today.
All right, good point.
Hi, everyone. David Glasgow, County Commissioner.
Good deal. All right. I don't know that we'll just let the minutes reflect that the county commissioners have appointed their new member. I don't think that the board itself needs to vote to accept because it's a statutory situation. You should have your meeting minutes from the November 18th meeting. We also heard from Wes that you wouldn't be here today, so just for everybody's radar. After you get a chance to look at those minutes, we can entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the meeting minutes as presented.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Wonderful, thank you. All right. Krista Spetnagel is our board treasurer. She's got a report for us.
So the year-end cash balance was $16,617. I did receive an invoice today for $300, so we'll have that to pay this week. And then I've started working with the accountants on the compilation for the year-end numbers, and then we'll go into the audit. And then we will be implementing QuickBooks, hopefully by next month. And that completes my report.
Any questions for Crystal? Entertain a motion to approve the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Dive into old business here. I'm gonna ask Tricia Hall to help guide me through some of this. A is pretty straightforward. Still awaiting a grant agreement, which means we've been approved. We just haven't signed on the dotted line yet. Then we'll be off to the races. That delay is not particularly problematic because it's cold outside. We can do that work in the spring and summer. The brownfield grant that you see there is approved, and the agreement's fully executed, so we'll be moving forward on that with support from Tetra Tech, who has worked with us, I think, in the county for the past several years. Good relationship there. Item C, this is a sale that the board approved, but during the title search, there were some issues with the way that this was a property that had gone to sheriff's sale, but there were some notice issues, I believe was what clouded the title. So we are working with a law firm to get that title cleared. I think they're doing quiet title action. Once the title is clear, we'll get back to selling it. One that I think this is in the category of just being good to have not in our hands anymore. So we'll keep you updated on that one. Gabriel's here from the prosecutor's office. Do you want to offer any updates on?
Sure, I can give a word or two. First off, Mr. Glass, congratulations on your election. I'm Gabriel McCord from the prosecutor's office. It's nice to meet you. As far as the tax foreclosure process, it's continuing. We've gotten several orders of sale for a handful of properties, one of which, 310 Clay Street. I spoke to Tricia about this parcel a couple of weeks ago, may be of interest for the land bank. Everything else is coming along. Granted, it's coming along slowly. We're publishing for several parcels for service of process. Those should finish running first week of February. There are a couple of pretrial conferences that have been set with the court. And we have several sales that are either in the works or have been completed, and we're just going through the process of finalizing everything so that the transfer of ownership can take place. And we have a big stack of new foreclosures to begin and a couple that filed last week. So it's coming along, not nearly as fast as anyone wants them to, but we are making progress.
Very cool. I think once you get them going in that pipeline, there's a rhythm to it, we'll kind of catch up. Or at least that feeling of it being so slow won't feel so slow because there'll be a routine to
Yeah,
it.
at least we'll be getting some completions.
Right,
in the
yeah.
Pipeline and not just waiting on other things.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your effort, the treasurer's effort, and prosecutors, just getting this thing moving because we know that communities with really successful land banks, this is one of their biggest tools is getting properties. And then the significant thing that it does, even if it doesn't go to the land bank, is just moves properties out of people who aren't doing anything with them. We had, the city had 3 structure fires over the weekend. At least one of them was at a vacant property. I don't know if it has tax delinquency, but that's a common pairing for sure. So thank you to the prosecutor's office. Home repair program. So this was the program that the city obligated its sort of last ARPA related dollars to the land bank to run a couple programs. We've drafted an MOU that would be between the land bank and the city for the use of those funds, and the prosecutors reviewing that MOU. There are basically 3 things that fall into that program. Tricia, can you help me out? One is home repair. Go ahead.
Affordability, home affordability, and a basic life skills, which kind of is a little more elusive, but really can be very flexible. So we can wrap it into really either of the other 2.
So we have some funds to get creative with some projects for folks, whether that's a sort of renovation project, $5,000 for a few houses, that sort of thing. We've got the MOU coming, and what we'll do is then figure out what part of the project is sort of makes sense for us to implement, which on a day-to-day basis probably pretty minimal, and then figure out the right agency to sort of execute, and then the land bank would just be the grantor essentially. So the land bank is the sub grantee from the city. And then the land bank will once again be the grantor to whomever in the community, like a community action or Pickaway Ross or somebody that can do some work in the community. So thanks for that update, Tricia. New business, we already covered the commissioner assignment. I don't know if anybody else on the board has any new business to bring up. If not, we can open it to public participation.
I have a couple of updates, if that's okay.
Yeah.
We had applied for a TBA grant with Ohio EPA for the Jordan gas station in Clarksburg, if you recall that several months ago. So they've been doing that work quietly in the background. The report came back earlier this month that no abnormal levels were detected. The recommendation will be for the owner of the property to remove the 3 existing underground storage tanks. And Tetra Tech, who is the contractor on that, will draft that letter and the land bank will issue it to the owner. So that is, the assessment is wrapped up and the recommendation will be issued to the owner. So no real issues there, just a matter of removing the storage tanks if they so choose. Autumn Dunn, the mayor of Clarksburg, reached out, and I guess there was an issue with a property on Main Street there. And the building was demoed very early January, but the owners are in need of fill dirt. So if anyone here, they reached out to the land bank asking if that was something that we could help with, and I said I would definitely mention it at the meeting if there was some connection with townships that may have ability to do something like that. The demo has happened, they just need fill dirt to get back filled in and completed. Those are my 2.
Does that make sense to, have we ever done anything like that?
You know, we talked about it at one point though, didn't we?
You guys talk.
Having a facility or something like that.
EPA would like us to have a
Clean
clean
fill, yeah.
fill spot or two within the county.
It's
that
just such a
hasn't really been
burden.
designated.
I mean, it's just, I remember several years ago, was it when the schools were
They
being?
tore the school down, they dumped it on Elm Creek,
Yeah.
Elm Cliff, Elm Creek, Elm Cliff, and they had to go back and pick it up.
It's not only that, it's an environmental hazard.
Yeah.
I mean, Excel closes down, here you go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that wherever.
Yeah, I think it's the balance of just like, if the county and the city were gonna do it, like, we'd have to pay to maintain it. I mean, I guess you try to make your money back when you're charging people, but I don't know.
West Bowles had a couple of contacts, so it may be worth bringing up on the next agenda to really discuss it. There might be a couple of existing spots that are already being monitored that may be within our contracts, we can just kind of stipulate where it goes, or
So you may get a hold, have Autumn get a hold of somebody in Pickaway County.
okay.
They're moving a lot of dirt in Pickaway
Yeah,
County.
good point.
They're moving a lot of dirt and, you know,
Fayette County,
Clarksburg's just right there. Yeah. Right at Pickaway County line, so.
same with Fayette, they're moving a lot of dirt. The LG plant.
But it's probably usually the reverse problem, not that we need dirt, we need people to put dirt somewhere.
That's all I have.
Any questions?
Just comment on that. When a demolition is bid, isn't that usually put back on the contractor, just apply that material and backfill that hole?
Yeah, we have that in our bid packets. But I can't speak to what the.
Yeah, this was not
village had.
done, this demo was not done through the land bank.
That was a situation for us on,
That's the building that fell
Tiffin.
down during the storm. Part of it fell down and then they came in and demoed it.
Yeah.
The owners just came in and said it's not worth keeping anymore, they demoed it.
yeah, when we did Tiffin here last year, we had that as in fact, I think that, I wanna say, didn't somebody come and take some of the fill? They wanted, remember that,
Yes.
in the front yard or something like that?
Yes.
We had to have the contract, we told the
They
contractor,
went-
you can't give it to me.
Yeah, they went and got it back. Yeah, we had to make sure it was interesting, yeah.
Because we wanted to take care of it, and we paid them to take care of it, so. Any other, public, or somebody said they have a question over here. It's okay, it's okay. Public input, anybody? All right. Get on the rhythm for our next meeting. Tricia, do we need one next month? We should have two.
Probably two other jobs.
Into March. St. Patrick's Day, 24th. The 31st. How's your guys' calendar look for those?
Which one do you want to look at first?
What do you think, Tricia? Does it matter? Is middle of the month better than the end, or does it matter?
Hopefully by then we'll have some updates with grant agreements and whatnot. Maybe the middle could be good.
Try the 17th?
President's Day, are we open?
No,
March, yeah.
Oh, March, okay.
Yeah,
10 a.m.?
sounds good? Great. Wonderful. Anything else for the good of the order? If not, we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, folks. Have a good week.
Contributing already. That's what I need tonight. That's okay.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Short and sweet.
Less than 15 minutes.
I was, that's the same, I thought it wasn't gonna be after 11.
Yeah.
What's that?
What's going on, fellas? You guys have a good weekend?
Can the judge go away? Property tax.
I cannot, unfortunately. I can't waive them, I can't raise them, I can't do anything with them but collect.
You said accept us to.
Now, they can fill out tax exemptions for the auditor. They have a reason to be tax exempt.
Well, it's not that. Nobody's paying. Two door down.
Thank you.
Property tax and access tax. Oh, nobody's living there now. We kicked that homeless person out, moved them to Frankfurt.
That's where all.
It's fine. And the people. Son doesn't, there's only one son, he didn't want anything to do with it, lives on his own. Well, he wants to give me the property. I said, well, I don't want to pay. I said, it's gonna cost me $4,000 in back taxes, plus another $10,000 to tear the thing down. I said, well, I'm gonna have $14,000 in the property, it's valued at $8,000.
Yeah.
I don't know any other way around it. Do you know what the current valuation is on that property? I mean, that would be, right? If I would go back, well, you have to just ask the auditors.
Right.
How far they get back. If the valuation is nowhere realistic, they can evaluate that, they can lower the amount. Because it sounds like it can't be worth much. So I'm curious what the valuation is, because.
Yeah. I know you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I sound filthy. If he's a new board. If he's.
Yes.
And then elected.
Published and. Oh, really?
That's.
Now,
the basements are full of now.
I would be surprised to still be it may have gotten adjusted for trying to update, that's countywide.
Yeah.
I doubt that property really needed to be increased on account of gains there.
Yeah.
It's not a great site.
And so you probably already said you're
Thinking curious to know what the valuations of that.
Well, it's not as easy to track these.
Yeah.
So no limit on that. The last discussions I had with our potential partners, just moving it off. At the weather. So it looks like my biggest timeline is probably going to be just moving back some. So I'm probably going to pick this back up once we get past the collection. So I guess now we're going to try and target summer or fall. And then also, I'm still waiting on a legal opinion from the prosecutor's office regarding credit unions. There actually now is some belief that unions may actually be able to participate. So that would put Homeland, who was very interested, back in the mix of potential partners. So that's on my list of things to do back. Actually, I've got a recurring reminder on my calendar about follow up with the prosecutor's office on the legal opinion.
My email is
I'm pretty easy going with it. I know he's a busy guy. And of course, it's going into collection and having holidays, the weather and all of that. I haven't been pushy over that either. But I am excited about that possibility if the credit unions can participate, because I think, especially locally, people really like to deal with credit unions, and I think credit unions would be a good local partner for us too. I think that this would be something that they would be interested in, specifically as a differentiator for the bigger banks. So I feel pretty good about that. I'm hoping I get a good opinion that they would be able to participate. This is the late deposit program we're trying to put together in my office. How familiar are you at all with the late deposit programs?
Josh Ettinger.
Finance rate.
Exactly. So what that does is it would actually allocate a portion of our investment portfolio. We put typically in CDs with other institutions. And basically, he would get a reduced yield on those CDs in exchange for them offering loans. Lower rate. Say, well, you
It's,
have $100,000 loan to somebody in the community. Say it's a credit line and it would be market price 7%, but we'll then get it sold for 5. We would purchase a CD for $100,000, and the market rate on a CD, let's just use 7, but they would actually pay us 5. That's introduced, minimize their risk. And then it incentivizes them to offer these loans, and then it gives people in the community access to the low market rate loans. And what we're looking to do is, especially with a pilot program, there's a lot of these possibilities for some creative ideas in the future. I think we want to get one idea, learn to do well, get the program up and running, get people familiar with it. That one idea is small home repairs, specifically homeowners in Ross County. So we're talking loans between $5,000 and $50,000 and being able to reduce their rate. The higher revised code allows up to 3%. And that's a little bit of a back and forth between my office and our partners, because I can't strong arm them, but they do still their own loan processes.
I was gonna try to teach your board.
I think that's great. Embrace the year that penalty.
What do you have?
Dylan.
Yeah, okay, I'll just, I'll walk over with you and then I'll back.
Housing is a big issue, and it's gonna draw harder and more.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Let's go.
Doing good.
Feeling good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Have a look at this. Some movement on the housing market. This is a good story of how we could be,
I think it's
without really doing anything within the physical housing stock, but offering folks an alternative method of maybe a discounted rate.
I think it's a neat opportunity that we have kind of uniquely on account of our fiscal management up to this point. Right, you know, to your point, when you asked me why aren't more counties doing this, I think one of the largest reasons, one is it's extra work for the treasurer's office, and two, not every county has an investment portfolio which they can reasonably allocate amount of money to be able to participate in a program like this. And we do, and I think if we have the opportunity to do something like this, I think it would be beneficial for our residents. Why not? I'm willing, my office is willing to put this all together and take on what extra workload we have. To be honest with you, I think it'll likely be slow rolling in the beginning. It's something that I think once we get this all together, I may come back to the Board of Commissioners for a small marketing budget or something along those lines, you know, maybe put together some flyers or some mailers and stuff like that. We can target particular types of properties and particular neighborhoods and things like that that we would like to encourage people and then make them aware of the program. Follow up with our partners and see if that maybe they would want to match $14 was a pretty modest amount. Like for mailers, it's a bit crazy, but if we get the same buy-in from our partners, we can also continue to educate people on this program. Like an opportunity is like I hate that I missed out on that opportunity to speak at that event and invited me there. But I think more things like that too is going to take engagement with the community. And I plan on going out to the townships and going to different things. Maybe some of the schools, they have some opportunities to talk with people and just get the idea out there. But I think it'll be something we'll have to build over the course of a few years.
I think one thing to talk about while you're in this space is really defining what the purpose of it is, because there's a lot of things that you can do, but where's the need and where do we want to focus? And think about defining eligibility. You know, I could see that being an even greater tool with.
Well, that's
what we don't want to do is
wrinkle.
use up all the money on folks who aren't having a problem getting a standard.
Well, that's another wrinkle that we're actually thinking about becoming kind of a pilot county in the state of Ohio, adding to our version of this program. This was actually suggested by one of our potential partners, is a way that it would be extra beneficial from a partner standpoint is building this program so that it falls within their community reinvestment requirements. Meaning, if we can set this up, so the Ohio Revised Code allows a maximum of up to a 3% reduction in interest, we actually may be able to tier those reductions by income requirements that would also allow them to meet their continuing reinvestment qualifications and allow us to hopefully incentivize the people who need the reduction the most to be able to get the most reduction. So we're still trying to, that's another thing, I've got to follow up. There was actually a team that put together that idea, and he was supposed to follow up with me on what would actually work for their continuing or community reinvestment qualifications. I haven't heard anything back from him on that. It's another thing on my list of things to follow up. Understand holidays and the weather and all of that. But I think that's going to be kind of a neat angle on it too, because in my opinion, I want everybody who wants access to it to have access to it, but the people who need it the most
it would be nice if they had the greatest access.
Are there requirements on it being residential, like owner?
We can agree on all of those.
Well, the other aspect of it, I think if it's open to commercial, I don't know if commercial is the right word, but landlords who are in rentals.
That increases houses. I support that. I don't think we should really limit that. Like other counties that have similar programs too, also have expanded into small business operating costs and things like this. In fact, actually, one of the counties has had a ridiculous amount of participation on the small business operating costs with local trucking companies. For whatever reason, says it was one of those kind of unexpected surprises, but they got one business that took advantage of the program, and then it turned out shortly after that, every other trucking business in the area decided to take advantage of it because it turns out to be something really good for that industry in their county. And I think that's a neat idea that in the future we may want to explore. Like I said, I think we pick one area that kind of aligns with our total countywide plan. I think housing and trying to increase housing and make housing more affordable, I think is one of our biggest goals. And I think small home repairs, I think fits in along those lines.
It provides movement in the housing industry. So, I think that not only fitting into as a catalytic piece of that effort, but also it has an opportunity to give the county some curb appeal from the Head Start before the build out. And I think that the comprehensive plan will be a valuable tool for you to advertise this out in the community and community views.
Exactly. I'd like to be a part of those, community outreach, events and things like that, and just be a small part of the countywide plan, right? Say, hey, this is one of the avenues in which we're trying to encourage and more housing and affordable housing and incentivize residents to continue to invest in our community.
So what's the launch point? That was my original question. When do you see this being offered?
Well, so my initial timeline, I think, was optimistic in terms of spring, summer this year. If it were up to me, yeah, exactly, I would have already had it live, but there's a lot of moving parts in all of this. And then, of course, the main duties of my office take up a lot of our resources in terms of being able to spend some time on this. So I'm still wanting to have it done by this year. I was hoping to coincide with spring and people starting to think about projects and home repairs and things like that. I think it's still possible by summer. And like I said, I'll know better when I get to closer to following up with some of our potential partners. And I also have an answer from the prosecutor's office on whether or not credit unions can participate. Because as soon as I get that answer, then I'm immediately going to follow up with some contacts I have at the local credit unions and then continue that ball rolling.
Yeah. Final question.
Yeah.
How useful do you think it would be to hook this up with the land bank and utilize that infrastructure?
Well,
Just a thought. I'm just throwing that in.
I don't know how it fits in specifically with the land bank. And I think actually their separate program does meld perfectly with the land bank. But this could be one of those things that as we continue to acquire properties and then resell them, we can specifically mention that in our sales packet, like, look, hey, or maybe even as we're advertising them, with our partner real estate.
Hey, you can get a.
Look at this. If you purchase this one, you're probably going to get it for less than market. We're just trying to get, typically we're asking the auditor's valuation, which typically is a little bit behind the actual market price. And then also we could tie this in. Look, if you buy this, you have access to these loans and possibly, make repairs on this. I think that's probably our best way to work with the land bank. I think that also further encourages people to finally get those properties back into productive use.
Well, this is all part of the momentum of marketing our county. Hear that?
I don't know what time you guys' next meeting starting. That's getting close.
It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, you're talking to her?
Yeah.
Sorry,
So this is all part of our strategy of marketing the county.
Yeah, that's where my mind was this past, and that's why I wanted to think about.
Cost of living, opportunities, health checks.
partnership between offices. Yeah. Well, that's another thing, like I said, so when we do get this live, I do think that, at least a little bit of a marketing budget, and then also cross-department advertising and marketing of this, should be all over our website. It'd be nice if there were maybe some pop-ups on different departments, whatever departments would be willing to participate.
She's still working on it.
I think that would be fantastic. So the more ways we can spread that information, the more effective this is going to be.
I don't want to get out ahead of you.
Yeah.
So if you're nowhere near ready, it's too early to be talking about.
But I promise I'll keep you guys up to date with any kind of updates. Like I said, because of the holidays and the weather, and we'd already discussed this with our potential partners, we're probably going to hold off until we got through that stuff and then follow up and see where we're at. Like I said, even more kind of, because I actually planned more this month, just kind of seeing where they're at with weather, preparing for the collection and things like that. It's been on the back burner for now.
Because I see this as a two-phase kind of push. I see it as first off about, hey, something new, something cool, I got some money at a lower rate, I can fix my house up, I've been wanting to do that. And then when the building starts, the new homes start being realized out in the field, there's gonna be a new movement in the market.
Is this where they're having another club meeting?
And that's where the second phase is.
Right.
You been, bub?
Well, yeah, I got it wrong.
There's a lot of leeway for some creativity, for this program. Something that in the future, I think you were a part of the meeting with, I think it was Homeland, that was mostly interested in down payment assistance loans. They're having an issue with that. That's a large barrier for a lot of prospective homeowners here in Ross County, is just getting past that down payment. I think there's a possibility we could pioneer and pilot a down payment assistance loan reduction through this program in the future too. I think that'd be great too. We may possibly try to limit that to first time home buyers, something like that, to really encourage new home ownership in our county. But I think it makes the most sense to me logically to start with increasing our housing supply, and improving our housing supply to begin with, right? If we increase housing stock, then we have more things people can buy, and we're gonna help people buy them. So it makes sense logically to start where we're starting, I think, but I like where you're at, where we continue to think about this in multiple phases as this, if and when it's successful, how do we expand upon that and continue that momentum?
The only thing is that final bit's not negative, but it's not, it's on the less optimistic side, is I would think you get a lot of progress as well, which is our. Program, once understanding if you can't, if you're with neighbors, there's a lot of don't get.
We have no liability whatsoever.
From the house to the sewer.
Correct. We assume no liability. So the only link, correct, their loan process does not change, nor do we have any oversight or control over their loan application and decision process. They hold the liability. What we do is we limit any lost income they might have by balancing out the reduction of interest with the reduction of interest that they pay to the county. So basically, financially speaking, the only what you call loser or is a small portion of our investment portfolio. It's a lower yield than it typically would if I was investing in market prices. But once again, I think, we just had an investment advisory board meeting. The portfolio is doing fantastic. I think our strategy is yielding great results. And I think what we're talking about allocating for this project, one, that's an up to amount, right? So we don't have to allocate that immediately and just tie that up to reduce rates, but we have that marked out from the portfolio set aside for this, but in the meantime, it's yielding market yield rates, and then we reinvest when we need to for this program. But once again, it's a small part of our portfolio. I think it's something very reasonable, which we can allocate to this. I don't think that it's going to cause a measurable difference in our interest income and investment portfolio.
Yeah.
So with that being the only downside of the program, I think
It's not even, right.
it's not really much of a downside. I mean, it's negligible how much it actually affects the county in any way, but I think it's meaningful for how it affects the community if we do go forward with it.
I agree.
How soon is the interest funds gonna be available to allocate to the capital fund?
So we have interest income that generates every single month. And I can get you projections for this year if you're interested.
When is the money actually?
Are you, Jim?
So what we have set up is that stays in the portfolio. And then when we have bonds mature, then generally I meet with Nick with Meter almost weekly, sometimes multiple times weekly, depending on the maturity schedule. And then as those come up, we evaluate those and then we try and look at what we want to allocate that to going forward. Almost all of it's constantly reinvested on a rolling basis to keep in line with our portfolio strategy. That's actually, we've been meeting a lot more often lately because there's been it's very complicated to try and plan out the CRA grant money. We got that $38 million. We've got to make sure that we keep an increased level of cash to cover expenses as they come. But then we also got to plan out what we're not immediately using so that we have maturities that line up when we know that we have outflow. So that's something that we've been looking at, and there's a lot of moving parts. We've been working with Devin, I don't know if he told you, but we've been emailing back and forth with them trying to get better projected expenditure timelines. And that's kind of a work in progress, but we've got a plan on that. It's interesting because there was not initially guidance on exactly when we were gonna get the disbursements from the state too. So we got a very large one already, and I think it was October of last year, but that we got that before we even knew the spend schedule for this year. So basically, I moved the most of that, kept it liquid in Star, Ohio, so we were yielding something in the short term, and then we followed up with Devin Planning and Development to see about the expense schedule. But we're still working through that. That's a lot because that's a couple-year project, and we're talking about millions of dollars. And it's actually Ross County's portion is just the $38 million, but we'll oversee the flow of all of that. So it becomes an even bigger task to try and plan that out to make sure that our maturities and investments are lining up with the outflows of those funds. So that's another reason why the loan program's been a little bit on the back burner. That's something I wanted to focus on.
Next agenda thing.
Don't have a choice. We've got to focus on that now. Either, we may possibly miss out on some interesting income while I work on other things, or we should go ahead and try and figure out a plan for it now and
Give it a
decide we make a
I get
plan
it.
for it.
Yeah, we gotta handle the trouble with these grants.
It's good stuff though.
Yeah.
At least he's talking about the.
We're in good
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, we're in good shape. All right.
It's good stuff.
Yes.
Next,
JFS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys really just need to do a deep dive, honestly. The request came in an email addressed to Booty and Jack, but it references a conversation that took place last November. It's not one I was a part of. Was this at a JFS meeting or was it in your meeting?
You were here
For what?
during during their meeting that they were here. She's talking about the meeting in November, if I remember right, about putting a levy on it.
So that was a meeting that took
And you
place last
said-
summer.
And you said they didn't need to have a levy because we have money, we can foot the bill.
So that took place last summer.
So we need $2.5 million.
I still feel that way. I feel like with the county's carryover, I don't think a levy is justified. However, that's up to you.
And
And the board would want to send it back to me.
The objection I had last summer was to the idea of too many voters.
well, my thing is when we gonna get this $2.5 million?
Well, that's up to the commissioners to figure out. I mean, it's available. You guys can appropriate it, but that's a choice you'll have to make. But the point I would make is that I think there needs to be a deep dive with JFS on what's driving these costs and look for an opportunity to cut those costs.
I know what's driving the cost, is the care for the kids.
Yeah,
When they went from paying $150 a day to house a kid to $800 a day
yeah.
to house a kid, that's where the cost is.
But if we look for alternatives,
There's no alternatives, and there's no alternative.
this has been a local level, this is state level.
This is state level, everybody.
Every county's going through this, especially the middle-sized to small counties feel it more because the bigger counties have more funding because of more population.
so I remember from Jeffers and I went over and talked to them last year. We found out they're sending kids to Cleveland. They're sending Ross County kids to Cleveland. Like we can't develop an alternative.
There's nothing here for them.
We
Can
don't
we not
have the
build something?
programs, the levels of mental health issues and
That's,
just being out of hand completely, not listening to anybody. We don't have facilities to handle that. So we have to send them to a different kind of facility that deals in those kind of behavioral issues.
When you're sitting there and we have a court order from the court that says that Children's Services will take charge of this kid, and they take charge of this kid. They had one that was costing us $1,400 a day.
I understand that.
I mean,
But
but there's nothing else
Nowhere
they
to
can
send
do.
them.
They've got no place to send them.
Has there been any opportunity to look into a way to make these costs less than what they are today?
They've been trying to. Jody at Children's
House and
Services.
Senate are looking to cap that. But if they cap that, the providers go away, and then we have a real shortfall of help for these kids.
Yeah.
And Jobs and Family Services cannot say no. They're the only agency in the state that cannot say no.
I get that.
And one of the things is the federal government was playing, let's say that they have a set thing of $500 a day. And they'll pay up to that $500 a day. But anything above that $500 a day is local. We have to put that bill.
So what's JFS's expectation of the cost of the program this year? Do we know that?
They're in the hole right now. They're paying their bills about 6 months behind.
So what's the cost this year?
Annually, it'll be about $10 million.
So they're
That's
saying,
just for Child Protective Services.
and we're talking about foster care.
Right.
No,
Well, we're talking about
this is not foster care. This is for everything.
all the,
So the Children's Services levy, the way that Jody and Paula described it to me last year, is that the Children's Services levy is what pays for foster care. And that the budget shortfall they have is related to Ross County foster care. That was my first question, is Ross County paying for Hocking and Benton foster care? She said no.
No,
So is this request related to the foster care shortfall?
this is
I don't know the
related
answer.
this is related to the shortfall of,
public children's services cover and local spending.
Yeah.
That's what this invoice says.
Okay.
It's just for the child service. Protective service.
The Children's
And
Services levy.
there's a number of programs within that other than foster.
What's new?
So when you say child protective services, that's a comprehensive package of all these programs that also includes foster.
Okay.
I mean, we gotta feed them, we gotta transport them, we gotta take care of their Medicaid issues. That's all tucked in child protective services.
I think everyone's in agreement that there's an obligation here on the part of the county. The question is,
That we can't back away from.
I
Or
agree.
modify.
Well, that's where I don't think that's.
Well, if you've got ideas of how to do this, commissioners and directors of Jobs and Family Service Centers and the House, the Senate have been looking for those alternatives for years and haven't found them.
Okay.
I mean, it's the bottom of the line. This is built with a basement, and Jobs and Family Services is a basement. There's nowhere else to go. It's hard ground.
I'll say, I'm a newbie. I'm not been involved with the details and in the bricks and mortar, nuts and bolts part of JFS. I know that this is an increasing problem. My concern is more looking down the road is when does this, when do we see relief from it? Like you said, the House and the Senate are looking at it. One, what I would be open to is exploring options on how we can, not for the extreme cases where we've got kids with extreme mental health concerns, but I think incentivizing in some way, or I'd just like to learn how we recruit and incentivize local foster care compared to having to send
this $2.5 million is not, in my opinion, is dealing with foster care.
It's not, okay.
It's not dealing with foster care. It's dealing with everything else that happens in Job and Family Services.
Okay.
The numbers are up, the costs are up.
Yeah, the costs are up. I mean, it's just, them dollar figures I threw out to you that went from $800 to $1,400 a month or a day for a kid is for the mental part of it. They had, like I said, they had one girl that was sitting there, cost us $1,400 a day. She was in a hospital in Indianapolis because she ate everything. There was nothing we could do. There's nobody around there. They had to go get her.
Look, guys, this is my point. Every time I try to bring it up, I get interrupted.
we are sending Ross County kids to facilities on other ends of the state.
There was nobody else would take her.
Can we not build one? Can we not find a way to produce something regionally or locally? Is it truly the case that the best we can do is in a case like that to send a child to Indiana?
That's the only place that nobody else would take her.
These costs go up.
In the here and now, perhaps.
Nobody would take her.
In the-
Integrated services, am I right, Brad? Especially building a facility for juveniles out by JDC. It's been going on for the last 4 years that I know of, since I've been sitting on it.
So if
It's not
that's,
built yet.
so if that's the case today, can we not do some forward looking and say, we gotta take care of this in a way that we're not in this position in the future? Is that not something?
Well,
that's not-
the answer to the question, the answer to the problem is that we need better parents creating better children. That's the answer to the problem.
We're more good parents generating revenues so that we can care for others. But I will say, and like I said, I'm not in the nuts and bolts of this, but I appreciate your thoughts on looking forward, because we do maybe need to think about how to get creative. I don't know what the answer is, but the time to start talking about how we solve some of these issues is now or yesterday or tomorrow. I don't know, but time is gonna continue to pass. There's still gonna be issues with children's services, and this is an incumbent issue in our community with, the poverty demographics that we have, the drug issue that we have. I mean,
Everybody's going through this.
If we're in a position now where we're looking at a $2.5 million county general fund commitment that exists really for the first time, we haven't done this before.
Yeah, we did. We did this last year. We did this in 23.
We used ARPA money last year,
Okay, but the
But
cost
it
was
was
there.
still, the cost was there.
but was it $2.5 million? That's what I'm saying. This is a growing problem.
Yeah, it doubled in
And-
2023.
The county commissioners, directors of the Job and Family Services are all looking at this.
Yeah, we go
And
through
it's
this once
just,
a month.
it just looks through it. I mean, it just keeps going up and up and up.
it's like insurance. That's another thing that costs a portion of our budget that's going up and up. This goes back, Jay, that's it, I'm right, goes all the way back to, the problem for counties goes back as far as management administration. A lot of this stuff is paid for by the local government funds, so the state was covering the cost of it. They kept the obligation for counties to cover the cost of it. I don't think everyone recognizes that it's an obligation. It's just, there's not a good answer of how to pay for it yet.
Two problems here. The immediate problem is that they have a request for $2.5 million that's not appropriated. That's pretty easy to solve. Commissioners can appropriate it. The point I'm trying to make is that it feels like we don't have a forward-looking, here's how we're going to address this. And I think it's really just gonna take the commissioners.
It's almost past us. It's almost past, we could say, no, we're not gonna give you money. I could do that all day long,
But they
but
can't,
that's not gonna solve the problem.
they can't turn the kids out on the streets. It stops. it.
I don't think anybody's advocating for that,
Well,
but
I know that, but it's
I
an
do
academic that has a cost to us.
I agree, but I do think that there has to be an alternative to what's being done now. It might take several years to figure it out, but the point I'm trying to make is that we gotta get moving on that.
The directors of all the Job and Family Services and the County Commissioners Association are all been working on this for as long as I've been a member of them.
Okay.
And the
And
state.
so far, it's not working out.
Well, so if she references a conversation that took place in November of last year, what was that conversation, I guess? If there's not an appropriation now, you can make that appropriation. Is that what needs to take place here?
Yes.
Okay.
But
The other aspect of it is,
my thing is where we're gonna get this $2.5 million.
all you do is appropriate it from the general fund.
Okay.
Or you can look within lines, make some transfers. I mean, it doesn't have to be a straight appropriation. You can trim other areas. There's a number of areas that are trimmable. I think, are you guys doing that work session this afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like, what I can do is we can put the budget on the screen and we can look for some of those opportunities. I mean, it's gonna take a little more than what I can produce for you in 5 minutes here, but in the end, it's gonna be your decision.
We'll be back at 1:30.
Do you want me to come back up? Okay, we'll do it. Last thing I'd say on it is that, you know, if this is their request for the year, you don't have to do it all at one time. You can do 500,000 now, another $500,000 over the summer. You can kind of pay as you go instead of give it all up front while you're working on a plan. But I do think it's time for something more comprehensive than just, hey, we need that money now. Okay, there you go. And if it's gonna take the legislators helping with this on a grander fix,
Yeah,
that part is out of our hands.
And they've been working on it.
Okay, 1:30? Here, thank you.
Thank you.
How we doing, guys?
Okay.
Good.
Do you want me to talk to you?
Sure, go ahead.
My name is David Craig Conley. Behind me is Jim Largent.
We got to
And we came to see what we could do to get some sewer service in Frenchtown. We don't know, and like I said,
This in case
I'm
I'm
sorry. We don't have any, of the press in the room. And
All right.
our scheduled start time is at 10 minutes, so can we just hold off for 10
yes,
minutes?
sir. Yes, sir, absolutely.
I thought you guys were in here for something else.
Oh, no.
You got your set
Yeah. We really thought there would be a few more than what did show up.
There might be to show up, you got 10 minutes before you're supposed to start.
That, and I got a couple phone calls too. So.
Okay, man.
How we doing?
Very good. Did you see this? Brad.
Oh, yeah, Brad.
Do we have, but you're a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's.
Do we have the interviews today for the contractors? That's third and 10th, right?
3rd and 10th, yep, at 2:30 and 3:30.
Right.
You got a lot to accomplish.
Monday, yeah. That was too good start.
Here will be pushed good.
Hey, what are you doing up here?
Hey, Sarah,
Hey,
do you have a minute to talk to her outside? Not this young lady, another young lady.
What's ready for you? What's ready?
What's ready? Did you?
14 years.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And what's your title?
I'm the county administrator.
Okay. I'm not sure.
I handle their stuff. They meet with, they meet with me.
At what point in time did I lost control of this business?
Okay.
I'm saying
I thought your brother got out there. Is he still around here?
He is. He works in, he works for Tulsa, Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Left to be, everyone started.
Yeah.
So I'm just got here, guys.
Brad, do you have a lot of stuff for today?
I don't.
You don't? Okay, because I had a meeting all of a sudden.
He's got 3 of my documents over there. He's trying to get one of them back here so we can get it signed. That document you signed for the ODOT grant, ODOT had put the wrong numbers in there. All it is like the project number, they put the wrong project number in there, so they're making us do it all again.
So I saw something, I don't know if it was that one or another one that was for Coshocton.
Was for what?
Coshocton.
Coshocton? They probably did the same thing with them, too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I was reading through it in prep, but I couldn't make any sense of it.
Was it from ODOT?
I don't know if it was the ODOT one or.
Watching that football,
Excuse me?
watching that football,
I did.
I missed most of the Eagles stuff.
Yeah, my grandson had a basketball game, but I put it on my phone and watched it. I figured that's kind of how that one was gonna come out.
I don't know, I haven't watched much of the Eagles, but I was kind of surprised it was that big of a.
They were pretty good. They're pretty good.
Pretty good. I like that Stevens.
Yeah, I hated to see this Chiefs win again.
I can't even watch it that once it's pretty clear.
I guess. I don't think Allen had his best game. Of course, he looked rough the whole time. He's running for his life though. Yeah, he's got no longer.
Well, they're a lot like the Bengals. They've got good talent. They just can't seem to get it together at the right time. I said, why is this?
The line's terrible. That O-line's terrible.
But I cannot stand the Chiefs.
Kathy went up to the shoe on Saturday. Sunday was the same. Still trying to warm up.
About 4 more minutes, guys. Sorry, wait. Do you have a couple things for us to take care of, Brad, in 4 minutes?
Let's see here. Got this Schindler elevator document back there. I think I sent you guys the email on that. That's the email and there's the document. Said if we want to keep it running, that's what we got to do.
I just said there's nothing else we can do with it.
I think there is either, so.
Unless we're ready tomorrow to go ahead and start moving somebody out of it. The problem I have with that building is it's just, we're heating it for the recurring maintenance issue.
I forgot to bring it in and.
I forget what that is.
Notes.
Are
they gonna tell you?
They're just saving money in that building and.
I don't know. Today's just start.
Shut down and then.
We can afford
Of it moved out.
Find out.
We can find in reality, we can afford to make sure we take our time to make the right decision on that building. That's where I'm at the whole time. I don't know what is gonna happen, but.
Here's how the alternatives lay out. That building is gonna add up rent payments.
That's laid off of you.
After we $5,000. So that building, 97 houses.
When they changed
Rent is
the
not
need
that
of
filter.
Yeah. And they changed the direction of that bridge,
As well as probably farmed out.
they had to pay somebody for some of those lots laid off and
We're gonna find that out tomorrow.
so they paid old man Miller, and he didn't even own it. But the
Because they
state
got a maintenance person there and handles all their stuff.
have it on record that they lost it, see what I mean?
I'll bet their occupancy is.
After that, that road behind you is a dedicated township road. There ain't nobody
And we do
building
have
that.
Arley's agreement with you.
See that road behind you, behind the other, behind them trailers, it goes clear to Worthington Run.
I asked him that question.
And one's on the left there.
Just to give him no quarter, he asked him for all
See,
y'all.
I went to the
So
club.
I didn't answer. He can sweat that.
Deal on the canal and all that.
At least 3
At
minutes.
least
So
the-
that office is still in existence. You can go up there
Or that's just for
and find, but the reason they wouldn't sell me the ground.
So.
But right now,
they
we gotta
had-
fix that.
That was.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing around it. We have to
Big
fix
thing.
We'll sign that document.
He wanted to shut that road off.
I'll make a motion. I'm safe for the hell.
And Bud Roberts, we had a meeting up at Penitentiary. He told him we was gonna get the state involved.
This is a report.
He didn't do it.
Yeah.
But I said-
Can you fix an elevator?
After him.
Thanks, Mark.
When that-
I know who to call.
this is a report we get quarterly on the jail and the JEC.
Merle Shoemaker
Committee.
made him open that
That's
back
how
up.
we welcome to look at.
He was amazing. He was all along that stuff, and
So
having you talk to him, he would help you.
Second.
But I wonder what the plan is.
Second. I never did understand that. I wonder why the judge, why the probate judge, I believe, it's all teachers. Why they review.
I'd be the simplest.
Well,
Yeah, if you look at the names on it, they're all,
yeah, they're all almost all.
It's a shame they.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already said, yeah.
They're burning them out.
I really hate to really hate to sink $12,000 into an elevator.
Brad, this is an example of just a bunch, there's a lot of things in this county, it seems like, they've always been done one way, but no one knows why. It's like, let's start to dig into that. If that's the best way, I mean, obviously you have to prioritize it, but I would think that's weird too. but-
Okay, we have 11 o'clock. You guys are on.
Hey, I'm Jim Largent. I live in Frenchtown.
Oh, okay.
I moved there in 2017. Beautiful house on the corner. Did a lot of work on it. But
What's the
since-
red roof right across from Wagner's?
That's the guys there. Come on in, guys.
And from 2017 until now, I've had septic issues. And it's just me and my wife and our son, which is there every once in a while. So we really don't use that much water and waste and all that good stuff. But not only myself, but everyone in Frenchtown is having issues. The houses are old and so close together. And at the time, restrictions wasn't that, strict. So, they got dry wells and stuff like that. But I think every house, businesses are having septic issues. And a year ago, I saw that, I think it was Warrenville, Bainbridge. They had an announcement on Facebook that whoever had septic had to close them up because public septic. And then I thought, hey, we're right here across 35 from Chillicothe, across 104 from the prison waste plant, plus Chillicothe waste plant. Why can't we have public septic? So February 4th, I went to all the houses asking them, are you having septic issues? And they all said yes. And right here, I've got 38 names of people that have septic issues. They can't do their laundry and then take a shower or flush the commode because of backflow. So I took all this information to the township, Paul Corcoran, and I gave a copy to you guys. And I went down to the mayor's office. I said, we need help with septic issues. And that was a year ago. And then I talked to so many people. And I'm hearing that there is a plan for waste management. Start at the airport, 207, and come down 104, Union Heights, and maybe the parade, I don't know what else. And then finally making it to Frenchtown for us. And then I thought, well, why not start Frenchtown and work the way up to the airport? And I said, right across 104 is prison waste management. And you go over there and they've got 3 units, only one's being used, so those other 2 are not being used. Why not tap in with that? And the Chillicothe has waste management over there also. And then I heard a couple weeks ago
Yeah, they are planning to start at 207 airport coming down, but that Frenchtown is not in the plan. And with that, we're just across 35 from Chillicothe. We are people coming, working north of us, Columbus, Circleville. Every day they drive 23 or 104, 207. They pass through Frenchtown to get home on their west side town. And there's a lot of businesses, Frenchtown. And what are your plans for Frenchtown?
The sewer is gonna run from Union Heights to we have a sewer plant at Union Heights.
Okay.
That the county runs. That sewer plant, am I right, Brad, came from the city of Chillicothe in 1956, something like that. So it's falling apart. Our plans are to run that sewer line from Union Heights down 104, run to the airport, come back down 104 to the fairgrounds, am I right, Brad? And then continue down 104 and then dump into CCI's sewer plant. All right.
Sewer line,
And there's into the sewer
the
line.
Moundsville Road. Back Moundsville.
By the Moundsville Road.
Okay. And is Frenchtown included?
Right now, we don't have any plans set in stone. Am I right, Brad?
Right, but what Mr. Large is talking about is not anything we could include in this project. I mean, this project's already been funded by the EPA.
Right.
And it's pretty well specified. We had to give a preliminary engineering report to the EPA. So that's how we've gotten the funding, plus there's some ARPA money. But when you start talking about doing a project like this, similar to what was done in Bainbridge just recently, you're talking about main lines down the street, and then each one of those houses having to tap into that main line, which all residents need to know that once, just like in Bainbridge, once that's built, it's the houses, the people that live in the house's responsibility to tie into that line. And that young lady back there from the health department can probably expound on that a little bit better, but whoever would operate that sewer, it would have to become a sewer district.
Right.
So it could be more of an issue for Pleasant Valley or whoever, because the county doesn't have a sewer department. The only thing the city ever had, or the county has ever had, is when whoever built Union Heights, and I want to think it was Mr. Roseboom or somebody way back in the day, they had 150 homes there, so they had to put a sewage plant there. Well, that got given to the county at some point along the way, and I don't know how that worked out or why it worked out. But that whole development was already built with sewer lines and taps to each one of those homes as they build and was tied into that sewage plant. In order to do what you're talking about, you'd have to come up with all kinds of plans. You'd have to talk to each one of those residents, because it would become all of your responsibility. Because I think the rule is with the EPA is if the sewer line is within 300 feet of your home, you're required to tie into it, whether you want to or not. If your septic tank's still working, too bad, you gotta tie into it. And that's not inexpensive. I mean, I don't know what the average cost is, do you?
Bainbridge.
Yeah,
It seems like a lot of the members of that community have also banded together. Some of them have become registered installers. So I would say average maybe $3,000 a home. And that's just to connect. The tap's already there. That was part of the money to put it all there. That's just probably on average what it costs to get from there
to the tap.
to the tap. Some less, some more, depending on the distance, depending on whether there's more than one tank, depending on whether or not there has to be plumbing work done. those type of things.
Do the septic tanks in place have to be removed and
They have
filled
to
in?
be, they don't have to be removed, but they have to be abandoned in place. There's a permitting process and what you have to do for the existing tank.
So is that included in the $3,000 fee?
I think so, yeah.
I think so.
Well, I know so. That's about the average.
That's about the average.
Some of the WPCLF money we've done 3, we have 3 more that are currently in the works. And I would say we had 2 that were around $5,000, but there was more involved with those. And then the other ones were $2,600.
So, good question, sir.
I know more about that than anybody.
You probably do.
I've
Yes,
been
sir.
there 93 years.
Yep.
And a lot of this stuff, of course, I'm not supposed to talk, but I want to say something. You got Frenchtown sitting in the middle, all set, people's got there. You got Frenchtown there. Now, Pioneer School owns the 10 acres behind there.
Yep.
They had that to build a garage on for buses. They come to me, said, we're gonna run the line down Dina Road, across my property,
Into the 30-inch sewer that's
and
behind.
they was gonna hook into the thing. Now, I've worked on that state plant lots of times with the crane. They're running under a third capacity.
They are, you're right.
So they would take it. I said, you're not coming across my property with a sewer plant. So then they decided to come down to Dina, go up toward the Worthington Run and go through that way. I said, the county don't know it, but the county's got a 10-foot easement on Worthington Run.
Yep.
Because I bought that off the county, that part of it. Yeah, but that got closed off too. They quit that. But he said, well, you will go across your property and we'll give you access to the state. Just you. I bought those 52 acres off the High University up there.
Old tennis court.
I put that road in beside the skating rink, coming Worthing around. I went up to a meeting to pay them and get the deed. Cutright looks at them and said, now who is allowed to sign this deed? They looked at everybody, nobody. I was over almost 2 years to get the deed, and I would have never got it if it hadn't been for Merle Shoemaker. Merle Shoemaker ran it through the House and the Senate and got the governor to sign it. I've got the only governor deed that's been around here years and years and years. See, so much that's laid off. Back behind where the monument place, that's Adamsville. That's laid off in lots.
It is, you're right.
And when they changed over there in Worthington, they had to pay somebody for those lots. So they paid old man Miller for some of those lots, and he didn't even own them. And I changed the Worthington Run clear down to my buildings and back up. Me and Bud Roberts changed that years ago. And then they come along and change that Phil Clare thing, and they changed it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But when you go to do something, it gets an individual, they've still got an office in Columbus, the High Erie Canal. Because I went up there and got all the prints and all that stuff, because I tried to buy what was behind me, and they wouldn't sell it because there's only one access to it. And then the VA, or then the penitentiary is the one put the fence up there. They wanted to go down, where you go down there, they tried to close that road off. Merle Shoemaker stopped that. Up Transformer Road, they was going to close that. Merle Shoemaker stopped that. He really helped us out in that area. Now you got Frenchtown sitting right in the middle. Everybody else got sewer but Frenchtown. And there is not one lot in Frenchtown big enough to put septic system in it. Those people can't update their houses because they can't change that. So when you come down, get on there, I own that one big building, cleared it in, and all them other buildings, but I've got mine already okayed. So what, somebody live there without sewer, they can't update nothing.
Could the EPA come in
They don't
there
have
and
enough-
check the houses and say,
They don't
hey,
have
this is
the-
unacceptable, it's condemned, get out of here. Frenchtown could be a ghost town because of the septic issues. And Frenchtown is an entrance to
You can't change
the
the
west end of
septic
Chillicothe.
Yeah, we gotta have sewer.
You have to have sewer line. And my deed was messed up, so I had all that resurveyed. I went to the health department. They charged me $100 to check each of my septic tanks. I took the top off of one, the gal got over, looks okay to me, and got back the car, it cost me $600. So, you know, they're gonna have to tie it in to the state. Or how about Pleasant Valley Sewer District?
Well, let me show you something on this map here. So I've been working on this project since 2016.
Yeah.
So I know what you're talking about.
Sewer to Frenchtown, is that what you're talking about?
No.
All this and something else?
This sewer line that is gonna run from,
I gotta get over here where I hear I'm a Korean.
sit down here.
The government again.
John, sit down here.
Glasses I can't see through and hearing aids I can't hear.
Good government efficiency.
That's it, yeah, that sounds pretty good.
So the plan that the county has is to run a sewer line. I'll stretch this out a little bit. This is the Ross County Airport. Okay. This little mobile home park right here has
Yeah.
about 50 homes in it, it's
Yeah.
Gleason's. Then there's another little mobile home park here that's owned by Nathan Skaggs. I forget what he calls it. But each one of these has a sewage plant.
Now, that sewer plant that you was talking about up to Andersonville, that come from out here on 23, because I moved it.
Manor Park.
I put it back in there,
Manor,
yeah.
the Chillicothe Manor, right. So there's a lift station here, or there's a pump station here for these homes. There's one here. So the plan is to get rid of that one, get rid of this one. There'll be a gravity line that'll run down Stone Road.
Yeah.
And then when it gets here, it's gonna go across the end of the airport and then tie back in over here. And then there's gonna be what's called a force main. So this will all be gravity until it gets to this thing. There'll be a lift station right here. This is a sewage plant. See that little sewage plant right there?
Yeah.
That's the sewage plant that's one of the ones we're gonna get rid of. So they'll put a pump station right here, and so all this sewage that gets picked up from all these houses will get pumped across this field, down this road. This is 104. Now, see, we're not picking up any of these houses here either, because
Now, that's Pleasant Valley.
this is what they call Harry Drive and, I forget, John Drive. Yeah, but it'll come all the way down here to, Fairgrounds Road.
Yeah.
And that Old Elm Road right here, going up to Union Heights, that's our sewage plant that we operate now. And we're gonna do away with it too. And we're gonna tie all that in to this one sewage pipe that's gonna be forcing sewage all the way down the street. And it's gonna
They're
go all,
gonna put a new sewage plant in.
no sewage plant, what's called a lift station.
Yeah, where did they go to?
It's gonna go down this road right here. There's gonna have to be another lift station, set down here along 207, because we're pumping this stuff 8.5 miles. And where's it gonna go? Well, we hope that it's gonna go into the state. Because,
The prison thing?
the prison, just like you said, has a plant that's being underutilized. So, there'll be another lift station right in here to pump it some more of the way down here. We're gonna pump it all the way down 104 to Moundsville Road. No, actually, it's,
School, right?
it's gonna stop about right here. So it'll come down this way, and then it'll go this way, and this is called Cincinnati Avenue. Never knew that till I started doing this project. But right back here, now where that dirty spot is, there is a 30-inch sewer line that runs from the VA. It runs from the VA, it picks up this is the RCI prison. So that sewer line was here. It picks up the sewage from this place. It picks up the sewage from Union Oda School. And so you got the VA, the prison, and Union Oda School, and then it runs all the way down 104, and it actually runs right behind all your houses. If you go into the park, you can see that there's some manholes. There's a manhole right here. There's a manhole up here by this building. Right here, there's another manhole. And that's actually a 30-inch line, and it crosses right here. This is Old Worthington Run. Kind of runs.
Is that Worthington Run?
Well,
They're there about every 2 or 3 weeks unplugging that line.
That's exactly right. So part of this project is to take this, there's two manholes. There's one here and one on the other side. And that sewage, ever since they've tied into the prison, just like we have in the jail, because our county, we maintain the jail, we don't maintain the prison. But prisoners put everything in the toilet. Everything. Their clothes, their bed sheets, their pillows, everything. Everything is plastic, and it gets stuck in that siphon right there.
Yeah, I see them there all the time.
Yes, they were there last week or the week before. So part of our project is to fix that for them, and they're going to let us tie into that 30-inch pipe. But that 30-inch pipe has been there for years, and it comes down here, and it goes across right here, and it ties in to that right there.
Yeah.
Now, originally, we talked about coming all the way down here, all the way down on this side of the road and tying into there ourselves, but we found out that we can tie in way up here and take a whole mile of pipe off the cost of this project. But part of that is that we have to fix that siphon for the state. Now, we have been trying to get an agreement with the state to take this stuff. We've been working on that for a year. And we still don't have it. We're also talking to Pleasant Valley Sewer about taking this whole line that we're going to build over, because we don't have a sewer department in the county. Let them take it over and operate it. And if not, hopefully we can get some kind of maintenance agreement with them to maintain the lift stations and the piping.
Now, the plant down to the trailer park by the skating rink. When I sold them that ground, the agreement was
this one right
up
here,
there behind SOS Electric, and put a park in there for the kids.
Right here, this piece right here.
And then the sewer plant that they got down there was supposed to have another bigger sand filter in there, and they've never done either one. It's been changed 4 or 5 times. And they never put the bigger. Now, if they do that, what is Pioneer School going to do with their 10 acres? What's all those houses going to do?
Yeah, I talked to Pioneer School about it. And he talked like he wanted to come today.
I'm here.
Okay. And then I talked to Uniota about their bus garage, and they're interested.
Those houses will deteriorate because people are not going to go in there and build those houses up, and they can't even enlarge their sewer system, or their septic system. You got to have so many square feet.
Well, I'd be the last person to say, and I think the commissioners would probably agree, that there probably does need to be, there needs to be sewer in a lot of places in the county.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start talking about Treach Palm Trailer Court and up 207. I mean, there's a lot of places that need it. The trick is,
Yeah, but I can't
Finding the
understand
money.
why they build a sewer system all the way around Pleasant Valley and they leave Pleasant Valley right in the middle of it.
well, John, if you look at this is all in the city. So the city was able to get funding and to tie into their own sewage plant. You know, you really kind of have two options here because actually, if you look right there, that is a lift station for the city.
Yeah, and it plugs up too.
Well, but
They don't have enough water to,
you know, so if you were gonna tie in, you've got two options. You could talk to the city about once you built the sewer system in Frenchtown, you know, you'd have to bore underneath 104 and tie into that lift station. We talked to the city about doing it, but they believed that we would have too much capacity for that lift station to pump it all the way down to Rennick Avenue.
see, when they did Fell Claire, they run into Lake Almar, cross 35.
Yeah, they did.
But you try to go across 35 right now and you can forget it.
It's
So the
not,
that's federal, and they won't let you do it.
you're
And
right.
that's why the city stopped the Dina right there at the old railroad track.
Well, we maintain this ditch. We have this ditch right here sprayed and you're talking about where Lake Ellensmere runs over here.
Yeah.
It runs underneath the highway because it was done when they built the highway. And then it runs into this ditch and then it runs all the way down this ditch, all the way down here,
Right.
through the park, through Frenchtown, and then it dumps over there into the Snyder River.
Yeah.
And the county pays to have that sprayed because it grew up so bad at one point, it was awful. I don't know what the school's gonna do with that. I don't think you have any plans
Yeah,
right
we
now.
have no definite plans, so I just come down today to see what the future held. But no, we have no
We just gonna build
plans
a
for
bus
it.
garage back
We
there.
just keep it mowed and.
They was gonna build a bus garage on the Pioneer School.
I think they were, but you know what? I don't even think you guys do much busing anymore, do you? It's
No,
all
we
done by
only
the
have
school.
one
Other-
bus and like
Well,
five
they couldn't
vans.
get the sewer.
So,
And
but
that
yeah,
same way they's gonna build a horseshoe, big building there over the horseshoe pit.
Yep.
Soon they got the price on the sewer system, they just give that up to them.
Well, Governor DeWine had an initiative at one time where he was trying to eliminate as many of these little package plants as you can, because just like you said,
Yeah.
they never seem to be operated like they should be.
Now, you know where Cluster Road is there. You know, if you turn in where it says don't turn in there.
Yes.
Well, Cluster Road, the state owns 5 lots there.
On the other, so that would be on the south side of,
That'd be on the west side.
so we talking
West
right
side
here?
of Pleasant Valley Road. And what they did when they put 35, they cut the tail end off of it.
So you talking about this piece right here? So that's 104 and that's Pleasant Valley.
Up the other place, right?
The other end or this?
When you turn in there, you know,
Yeah,
and Cluster Road's right
right
over
here?
there.
Or right here?
There, on over there on the curve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is it on this side here?
And there's 5 state lots there. And they auctioned them off. And one guy bought 2 of them. And there's 3 of them just laying there because they cut the tails off of them to put that road in. So nobody owns them damn things. Well, you can see that red building there, the red roof?
Yep.
Well, skip, that bigger building, see, I own that one too. And I own that lot beside of it. And then I go up there to another.
Well, Mr. Largen, I don't know how to help you tonight. And I don't know.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some guidance.
Okay, what if we should do, what if there's the issue, everyone agrees, right, with the septic? What if have a contract with A1 Septic or No Stone Septic, and have them come in, take care of Frenchtown at a reduced rate, and once they fill their tank up, go across 104 and dump it in the prison septic there without charging an arm and a leg. Because prison is only using a third of the capacity. Why not take care of Frenchtown and A1 Septic or No Stone could come in, once or twice a month or whatever, and take care of the issue. And then when they get filled up, just take her across 104 and dump it and be taken care of.
He lives in the red house.
On the
On the
corner.
corner.
Yeah, you can see
Now,
it.
behind that, that's a township road, a dedicated township road. You can't, well, you can abandon it, but it's still a dedicated township road.
So what's the stop that?
It only
Just having,
goes
notes on
Behind his house, and
A1
those two
septic
trailers, but it ends when you get the wording to run.
until
That's what
the
they call
issue
that.
is taken care of. And what's the possibility of annexing to Chillicothe and let Chillicothe take care of it?
Well, that's a conversation you have to have with the city.
City of Chillicothe.
And then you
Inside the
can't-
township.
Yeah, and the commissioners don't have any say on, taking stuff across to the prison and dumping in there. That's, we can't even get a memorandum of understanding yet from the state ourselves to do it. So, I mean, none of this stuff is easy, and like I said, I've been working on this project, this 8 mile of sewage since 2016.
And what if, EPA, health department would come in and see the
I
waste on
turned
the ground,
90
whatever.
95 last
what would they
Saturday.
do?
Why do I
And they
worry about it?
Just forgive me and say,
I've been up in 93.
Well,
That's on that corner, 92 years.
That's really a question for the health department and their representatives sitting.
I've spoken with Kelly Spencer. I talked with Mr. Largent many times, and I have the copies of the complaints, but what I told him at that time is, when there's no plan for sewer to come in, for us, a public health nuisance is sewage that is surfacing on the ground. So if there's an issue with it, backing up into the house, technically, that's not a public health nuisance.
That's the homeowner's issue.
Right. So, and that when you originally called me, you said, well, Bainbridge got this, how do they do it? How can we do it? Well, they are a village. They have a village council, so they are an entity, they work through that, where Frenchtown is not. It's, considered a rural area. I'm not sure how you would go about putting this together. At that time, I reached out to Jack Knapp with EPA, and he had complaints. He did mention the company the pipe, but that they had wanted to expand and they couldn't because they have a holding tank. Same way with, I went through just to prepare for this today to see, because our rules say now, if you have a dry well, that's not an approved septic system, there's a chance of contamination. So, and I know, Mr. Argent said, well, I know I have 2 dry wells at my property. All that property is sand and gravel. So more than likely, a lot of those systems are dry wells. So I have 2 or 3 permits from that area that I could find. We put in a septic system in 1997. I started working here in 96. 1997, there was one from 1961. So I found only 3 or 4 that we know are probably dry wells, but that's only because. So I think part of
changes the rules every other week. That's the problem, you start to put your septic system in.
Show me.
One time you got to put the trees on it.
West Valley Road.
So the roots go down and pick up the water.
They stopped doing that because it didn't work.
Right there on the corner.
This one?
But anything they do will take years, I ain't gonna worry about, but it's.
Yeah, I drove through Frenchtown, it's 0.4, less than half a mile from your place to 104, so it's not that big of an area, but there's at least
That's
38
yours, right?
properties.
This is yours, right?
Yeah, so where's the pipe? And you said it comes down to that park.
It does.
It goes in between the fence and the house?
Well, it may be behind the houses here.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Is that where you're saying it is?
Well, I can't tell you where it is up there because I'm not for sure, but I do know that when it comes through the park.
You're telling me I'm within 100 feet of it, we think.
Yeah.
And we can't get nothing done.
And I can't,
Well,
I could just dig here at night.
I didn't hear that. So
That line belongs to the prison system.
Steve, I know that it crosses right here. And I know there are manholes in here that show it.
Show me where you're at again.
Okay, so I'm at Worthington Run,
Yeah,
okay? There's a little shelter house,
yeah.
okay? It runs right down here, right through here.
And where's my house again?
Your house is right there. But it's gotta come down this way. Now, whether it comes here and then moves over, I don't know. I believe
That's crazy.
All those reservation circle houses have to be on it.
they're probably all on it. They probably
We
are on
were
it.
there.
They're tearing all that
And the
down.
old
Yeah, that was-
reservation, the old reservation was below it.
Well,
How many houses was in there, Bud? About 15?
Where's that?
The old reservation, the one that was
Yeah,
south.
they're behind me there.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's on both sides of that road
Right.
back there. And then the other road went around, there's some back there,
yeah,
but when they put 104 in, they eliminated that.
all of it,
Yeah.
right.
so if you look at, we know
That's
that
probably they're got water problems.
if you go down Moundsville Road and you turn on Cincinnati, you can actually go out there and you can see, and I think it's either that spot right there or it's right here by this tree.
Now Cincinnati Road, are you talking about where they're burning them houses, they're taking down?
Well, here's if you're coming down 104 south, okay?
Right,
All right, so you're coming down this way, down 104.
Transformer Road.
There's a transformer right there, a big transformer. If you turn onto this road and you come back to this road right here is called Cincinnati Avenue. I had no idea either.
Which is the first road off of 104.
So if you turn on to Moundsville, before you get to Unionota,
Oh, yeah.
that's that road right there. And that's where that sewer line runs right down along that road.
okay.
Now, after it gets here, I don't know if it goes this way. I don't know which way it goes. I would think that somehow it turns here and it comes behind these houses because when you get down here to the park, that's kind of how it's in line.
Okay, the first house.
No,
I'm
they-
talking about the first one. She had
They
water
run a
from the
sewer
first.
line from the dairy barns, goes across that vacant field, across 104. You can see the manholes up there. They drain the dump from the cattle and stuff. There's a sewer line runs over there.
Well, there
Where
is.
does that dump?
Well, that sewer line that you're talking about runs right into that line, from what I understand. So if you look at Unionota School, that's where you're talking about, right? Let's see, where am I?
And the dairy barn was back to the highway there. They run a sewer line from there.
Right, so that's Moundsville Road too. So if you run back here to the dairy barn,
Yeah, right, right.
which is back in here, right?
And they run it right straight across, in behind the warden's house,
Yeah.
and they hook up back there.
Well, and there was, the county engineer was in here the other day talking about this, when they dug this tunnel for Unionota to go underneath the school, they ran into that sewer line in there too, and he said that it came from the old dairy plant over here, which isn't operating anymore. So that line probably runs right down here, and at some point, right down here at Cincinnati Avenue, it catches that same pipe that I'm talking about.
See, where you leave SOS Electric and go on down, up that, there's water problems there.
Oh,
You know, a big water problem.
There's water
They're not
problems
gonna
with
build
my
for
house
that
too, because I got
Floods.
flooded.
Yeah.
And it
CCI
takes my
tried to close
water
down
meter out.
Transformer Road. If it hadn't been for Merle Shoemaker, they'd have got it closed, but Merle Shoemaker kept it open.
I couldn't put a furnace down in there.
I guess what I'm looking for is for some guidance in,
Merle Shoemaker has a lot of time.
I'm not for hiring some truck to haul it out of there.
And
I'm
the
looking
governor
for
from down there,
long-term.
Governor,
Yeah, we're not gonna stop here. We're gonna still keep fighting to try to get.
I just would like to know what we have to do. I was really hoping to talk to, I would think the health department could give us the guidance, but you said you don't know what to tell us to do, or?
Well, we've had several conversations about, my thing was, between Pleasant Valley, the city, and the county, I can't,
Well, who
I
do we,
can't tell
who do we
somebody.
go to find out
And then the
the best
township,
way?
and then the township's there too, because that's all inside of the township. So maybe if the township trustees worked with the what is it, CLF, Water Pollution Loan Fund. That's how most of these little projects get built. And if you build it in such a way that you picked up that plant that you're talking about down here that's got the, oh, where the heck am I? Let's see. Pleasant Valley Road. So you got this, where are we? Where's the water going across there?
Brad, that WPCLF money, there's money for public sewer. We are involved with money for private sewer, although we can use some for connections. But that would be.
So what I'm talking about though is you're gonna have to have a public sewer built to tie the private sewer
Right.
into it.
And there is WPCLF money for that.
There
We're not
is.
involved with that.
Right. But that money's there. What I'm saying is that's the money they used in Bainbridge.
Right,
So that could be the money that Scioto Township could use here.
right.
Even though they're not a village, they're a township. That's all
And I
township
think for
property.
this year, the time to apply
Is up.
is up.
It
Because
is.
we applied for the money that local health departments can get.
We did.
However, every year, fingers crossed, that money is still available where you could apply for.
And it's a
specific
loan, but sometimes it's a forgiving loan. But there is money out there to do it. You just gotta have, you know, I don't think the county is the person, is the agency to take care of that.
And I
think
couldn't answer the question of how does an unincorporated area come together
Well, it's
and make-
township, just,
and make that happen, so I
well,
guess. this would be
or
through-
like Mr. Largent said,
Before you change the deed in Pleasant Valley, do they have to get an okay from the health department?
For a change in it, I mean, if you're
If
doing,
somebody buys a piece of property there and you get a new deed, do you have to clear it to you?
if it's a lot split certification, meaning, you know, you have 10 acres and you want to split less than 5 acres from it, yes.
He's just
Now-
talking about
He's just talking-
selling
Just
people.
selling, no. If it's an
Didn't put
existing
anything-
piece of property.
so the other thing that Mr. Largent said is, you know, annex it into the city, which a lot of that property on the other side of 35, Orange Street, you know, all those streets back in there at one time were annexed by the city. That may be the answer too, is talking to the city about annexation. And then, you know, then you've got an agency that's able to apply for grant money to build a sewer.
It seems in my mind, something that you, I think, alluded to, I'm not putting words in your mouth. But, they did, they went in and put all sewer and I think water lines in behind there on,
Orange Street?
yes.
Yeah.
Several years ago. And at that time, you had everybody and their brother fighting and saying, no, I'm not paying for it, I'm not paying for it. I have seen nothing but cooperation with the people I've talked to. I mean, we're ready to pay. I mean, I don't know if everybody is, but I know I am, and I know Mr. Largent is.
And you
I know-
had 7 properties, right?
Yes,
So it's gonna be 3,000 times 7, so
That's
we're
right.
talking about a bunch of money.
that's right. But that's all right. I still want it.
Yeah.
But I remember a day when they used to go around the county, the city, whoever just said, we're putting this in and you guys are paying for it. And what I'm finding, and I thought that's what it might be today, but it's not that way. You're saying your hands are kind of, I do want to say one other thing to what Steve Reinhardt said. I just can't understand why we got all these,
Lines running here and there.
well,
Industrial Parkway, look at all the
the,
businesses there.
what's behind the sewer plant? We got a lot of sewer plants in this area, Unionoda and this, that, and that. And as Steve said, you got that pipe coming right now. I can't understand why someone, not you, I know you guys are not sewer guys, why you can't come out and say, well, you need to go to a sewer engineer or something because all this stuff is right there. It's not like we got to go 15 miles or something. I guess I don't understand why we gotta have a project to run a sewer line all the way out to the airport, right by all these houses that actually need it, you know?
And what we've seen last week since Trump came in, he has said, when something needs done, do it. Forgive all the proposals, all the contracts. If something needs done, do it. And we've got at least 38 residents, businesses, which is nuts. But
We got more than that, cause I've been on the phone today.
And
I haven't had one person say, no, I don't wanna
We'll
pay
take
for
care
it.
of it.
I don't wanna pay the 2,000 or 3,000, I don't want to.
Kelly, do you know what the cost of the sewer project in Bainbridge?
Bainbridge,
Well, now they
Just for the
put Pleasant
infrastructure,
Valley up
because,
for $25.
you know, you have to have all the engineered plans and.
Do you have any idea what it costs?
I'm thinking like 7 or 8 million.
Okay, who did it? Who got all that started?
When they went through Pleasant Valley,
Well-
they hooked them people up for $25.
Well,
Yeah,
Lot
the
of-
village,
The
and then
water
they hired,
supply,
That's
was
right.
that-
I think
Mom and Dad
DLZ
talked
was the
about that.
engineering company that.
That was water, not sewer.
They hooked the sewer system up to the houses for $25.
Water.
In the same way county water, when they went by us, you could get it for now it's 1,800 or something
That's
like
just for
that.
the tap.
county water was what was 25, because Mom and Dad did it. Yeah.
I've been on that corner 92 years. I can remember when they put the telephone company in on the other side of the road after World War II. Then they put gas lines through there and then they put water lines through there. That's all underground.
Yeah, we don't want to leave today and not know.
We're looking for, I mean, the best thing so far is to go to the city and see if they'll annex it, which I don't know if they will. When they find out, well, the only reason why you annex it, because once you put sewer in.
Okay, if they annex
the
the city, then are we gonna have to pay city taxes?
Oh, yeah.
Now, they claim the reason they're doing that is the underground water is contaminated. Well, they're leaving Frenchtown right there contaminating the water just like they are up there. They said that's how EPA got the money from EPA and them to do this project, because the water under the ground is contaminated.
Yeah.
And they told me at CTI, the water under that area is the most contaminated area in the state. And I come from right CTI.
Of course, you can hook up to the county water coming through
Oh,
there,
yeah,
so, you know, to guard against that.
And it's hard, you can drive nails with it.
Yeah.
It's hard, oh my God.
Sitting on an old farm base.
That's a lot of pollution.
I can't understand why they got first system all the way around Pleasant Valley, but they're gonna leave Pleasant Valley,
I mean, Frenchtown.
Frenchtown.
Yeah.
And the thing about it, like there's Pioneer School with 10 acres there, what are they gonna do with that? You know, they have to eat it.
Right, sell it. Yes.
That line you were talking about, can you give a way to find out just where it is? Somebody knows.
Yeah, but to be honest, we've been dealing with the CCI sewage folks over there. And the two guys that have run that plant for 30 years are both retiring at the end of this month. So we're losing them. We've asked for documents that show exactly where that line is, and I don't think anybody actually knows because the document's been lost over the years.
How'd you find out that much?
Well, we know where the manholes, because we know where the manholes are.
Yeah.
We know where the manholes are, so all we have
Pleasant
to,
Valley is 104,
excuse me?
right? Pleasant Valley 104? Didn't you show it right across the?
No, Moundsville Road,
No.
Moundsville Road and the park. So if you go to the park,
Show me Moundsville, no, Pleasant Valley Road. Where you think it is.
Well, here's where I know it is. I know that it
You
comes,
showed one before that.
I know that it comes across this creek because there's a manhole on this side and a manhole on that side.
Okay, and that creek is where the Camp Sherman thing is, right?
That's what you're looking at. You're looking at Camp Sherman Park.
Well, that's what
Where's the last other place you know it is that you know?
There's a manhole here.
North. Where's
Since
the last one you know?
Right?
right there at Moundsville Road.
And then you lose track of it?
Yeah, I don't know where, let's see, I'm going too far
Well, if
here.
it's up around Moundsville Road, it's gotta be connected to those other manholes there. don't it?
So here's Moundsville Road, and there is a manhole. I think that's it right there.
Okay, if that's it, then how does it get from there to the south one you just showed us?
Well, that's what I can't tell you, Steve. I don't,
I'm sure it comes down this road at some point.
Well, how reservation, how did it tie in?
What's that?
Those houses reservation.
I don't know where
Reservations.
The ones that are burning down.
Taking all the houses out.
well, I can't answer that because I wasn't there. What I can tell you is I know that Union Oda School dumps into it. Somewhere right here along Cincinnati. So I'm thinking that line runs right along here.
That little creek that runs back in their field,
I don't see it. You talk about this?
that little creek back here, so a little
Here?
ditch, it's a ditch.
You talking about my Bud's place?
No, the warden's old house, big,
Well, we're not there yet, right? So the warden's old house is down here. Isn't that the warden's house?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay? So if it's running down Cincinnati Avenue, I don't think it runs right under that house. It may jog this way, it may jog this way, and still run down along this road here. Okay? And then at some point, it may go right through here. I don't know. I mean, those documents are lost. The state doesn't have them. They can't provide them to us. We've been working on this for almost a year, just on this part of the project. So I don't know exactly where it is. I know where the manholes are. I know where they are down here. And I know that it goes across to this treatment plant, to that thing right there. So at some point, it crosses right there and comes over here, right here. Okay, it's coming down this way. I think it comes right to there somewhere, and then it crosses over to there, and then it goes into that treatment plant.
Is that the prison treatment plant right there?
That's the prison treatment plant right there.
That's
Which
crazy.
is operating
Somewhere in
at
my
under
area.
capacity.
What's that?
That's crazy, that it's somewhere right in my area.
Don't care what they put in there.
That's not tied in.
But the thing about it is,
You can't
a
believe
city or a municipality
what
can't just
comes
tie
through
into that system.
CCI.
It's theirs.
Why would, what's the purpose of going north and then coming south?
For us,
Yeah, I said all along, start with, I did to start with.
well,
What's so important about the airport?
like I said, it's not so much about the airport, but there's 3 sewage plants up there, okay? And those sewage plants all act independently of any other system. One of them's not run very well. One of them, the guy has spent $50,000, $60,000 trying to make it work. And then ours is at the end of life. I mean, we either gonna have to build another package plant or do this. And the commissioners think that by running a sewer system up to the airport, that provides economic development for that area. Then it picks up those 3 sewage plants that are almost inoperable, that are at the end of life. They get tied into here. And then as it comes down, there may be opportunities in the future to tie into it in properties up above.
I heard that they could not develop up 104 because of there's no sewerage. So I think the thought is right now, we'll take care of up north because we can start industrial parks up north and come up with big income. But
No,
us people here in Frenchtown.
There is no
we're
income.
not-
I mean, there's very little, I mean, you barely make, the people at Union Heights pay $35 a month in a sewer bill. Okay? This project's gonna cost $18 million to build. Now, how many $35 bills a month are we gonna get to pay for an $18 million project?
Yeah.
It's gonna take a long
But if you
time,
start up
but it's
there-
great money. But it's
All
great. money.
that vacant land up there could turn into,
There are
factories
places up there that could develop.
yeah.
That's part of the reason for putting it in there, but it's also to pick up these sewer plants that run right along here.
So are you gonna do away with those sewer plants once that,
Yes,
Yes.
those will be gone and
they're gonna be gone.
Yes.
So how can we help these folks?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's what I said, unless they tie in to that 18-inch line or that 30-inch line behind the houses.
Well, you're not gonna be able to tie into that unless you get an MOU from the state.
Yeah, and
And if you can't just have one house tie in another house. You're gonna have to build a sewage system. And then it's gonna have to have a place to dump somewhere. And whether it goes across the highway to the lift station that the city has, or whether it goes across the highway to the state and you get an MOU once the thing's built, but you're talking, you're gonna have to build a sewage system in Frenchtown
That would be
to
left,
collect all that and then send it somewhere else.
that would be left up to the township trustees, because they're the ones who operate Frenchtown.
Either that or they could annex to the city and then they could, maybe the city would take it. Maybe the city wants them, maybe they don't. I don't know.
The same thing when, I live in Russellville, we got no sewer out there. I have a septic tank. Well, it cost me $17,000 to put one in, a new one in. Well, Franklin was gonna tie into or run a line from Frankfurt a mile to Roxyville. The EPA wouldn't let them because where they was gonna put a transfer station or pump station or something like that, was in a floodplain.
Yep.
So they wouldn't let them go across that because.
You're gonna have to grow us another tree. We're about out of. We got one spotted for next year.
You got one already?
Yeah, we got one spotted.
Yeah, but so we got, plug into the 104 system, plug into the city system, which may require an annex.
Right.
And this really needs to go through the side of the township trustees.
That's what I think.
Because they're really your local governing body, is the township trustees.
And you can also contact Pleasant Valley Sewer to see if they're gonna run a line to you guys. I don't know where their line stops, I don't know where their line.
I think
Well,
everything.
Jim, it took me 2 years to get them to dig underneath that road and dig it up, so that that little house line wouldn't flood. So if you're going through the township, don't get no hurry, because they're not gonna do a whole hell of a lot. They knew it when they finally came and dug it up. They knew it. Oh, we had plans to do this 2 years ago. Why the hell didn't you? My basement wouldn't have flooded and I wouldn't ended up having to have a new hot water heater put upstairs.
So we
I was
all
not
have
very happy
concern.
with the township.
Right, can I bring up another question? Well, I've got John here and everybody. The ditch that's right in back of my business, that goes from SOS, John,
Yeah, we've talked about that before.
who's responsible? Responsibility
That's a
to
good
keep it
question.
clean.
That's a good question.
Bud?
Well, let me find it here.
Is that,
Where am I?
We had to clean the property on the other side of the fence for years because they wouldn't have anybody take care of it. We was
Being told that the
constantly-
commissioner's job to keep that ditch clean.
Well, they started out, it was the prison.
So is it or isn't it? Why got everybody here?
Well, so here's,
Yeah, we're trying to, we haven't figured that out yet either. Cause if you called, or we was out there for doing something. We took a look at the ditch because John Robinson put that new building
Yeah.
up there and all the water was going, okay.
yeah,
it's just,
last fall, I called Charlie and had him take his guys over there and clean that.
Clean that ditch out.
I think you're talking about the trailer park, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm talking.
You're talking about,
Towards the bus garage.
yeah.
yeah, there's actually a ditch that runs right here.
Yeah, so who's responsible for that?
That's a good question.
If that thing gets clogged up again and flooding happens?
It comes across here, it runs behind these businesses right here,
Yes,
and then it eventually ties
ties
into,
right back into the one you're keeping.
ties into that one that we keep clean that we're responsible for. I understood this the last time we talked about this, and it's been 10 years ago, that this was property owners' responsibility through there.
That's what we talked to Charlie and stuff like that before. We tried to figure out.
See where it comes.
Cause we went out there and took a look and I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know anything about it.
It comes across from Union Otis. See that right there?
Right.
Comes all the way down through.
How can you clean one ditch and not the other?
We don't clean every ditch. I mean, this
You
ditch,
clean part of that ditch.
well, this ditch right here, we don't clean, and that's Union Otis takes care of that. That's their responsibility because it's on their property. The ditch that you're talking about, Steve, is this one that comes across.
Is that the ditch that the corpse built years ago?
This is the one that comes from right here from Lake Ellensmere. See right there? That's the end of Lake Ellensmere. It comes across right here in this ditch, which the city takes care of.
Okay.
City takes care of this piece, but once it comes across the federal highway, once it comes across the federal highway, it dumps in right here. We're responsible to take care of it here. And that was all deeded for the county to take care of when the highway was built. So that's why we take care of it.
But you take care of it there at Skagway too, right? At the,
Well, it's all part of it. See, it goes here, goes through the park,
well, how's mine not part of it?
goes through the park. Well, if your house
Yours
is along
comes
this
from,
ditch.
yours is the other part of it. And yours dumped into that one that comes from the lake.
Yeah, you're in here.
Yeah.
We take care of it all.
See, years ago, the commissioners didn't take care of it. When I first bought, like 92, 93, they took care of it. They said, Courts or 3C or somebody in there to clean it. Like, I bought it in 92. The first couple of years, they did clean it. Then they just quit doing it. Then he had the flood, or my flood and his flood. So if they cleaned it once, why aren't they cleaning it again?
Can't answer that. 92, that's before, I wasn't even born then.
Can I get a clarification?
We will check with the prosecutor's office and take a look at it to see yes or no. Who's
You know, that's all new. We dug in there in front of.
That's the only thing I can tell you.
Land of.
It's gonna have to be, the prosecutor's got the one to take a look at to
Wood
see.
pipe in there.
Oh, yeah.
Clean that.
The courts built it.
And they, you know, they're
And then
big.
they, way I was told, they turned it over to the commissioners.
There's still some. of them.
After they built it.
I know.
Yeah, there is.
I know that we take care of the one that comes from the pond, that goes to 135.
Have anything that's.
Will you tell me you will get me an answer?
Or what?
I'll give you, we'll get an answer from,
In a main, you know.
for you. It may take a while.
When I called CCI, they.
We'll get you an answer.
Good enough?
Shut that one.
Well, by a while now, don't retire on me.
Ask me to tell.
I'll still be here.
That's up there, hell, nobody.
All right, we're about 2 meetings behind here. I work on that, sorry.
I want to say something really quick. First of all, thank you guys for coming here. I want to say, we hear your concerns. I know it's not a situation that has an immediate answer for all of you. The ditch thing, I think I can say, as my colleagues have said, we'll look into it. And I won't speak for my colleagues, but I think they'll agree. If we have a record that it's our obligation, we will make sure that that obligation is followed. I appreciate Mr. Largent and all of you organizing and putting yourselves together to bring a concern to us to listen to and help out however we can. Obviously, as we've discussed over the last hour, it's not an immediate solution. It sounds like there's some promise in the ability to replicate or look at the replication of what they've done in Bainbridge, but that would begin with your closest level of government, which would be the Scioto Township trustees. I am open to, supporting and connecting folks however we can. You brought up Merle Shoemaker a lot today, and he was a great state representative. We've got a great state representative here with us in the room with Mark Johnson, and I'm sure, while none of this is easy to shoot a solution and figure it out overnight, I think you guys starting with voicing your issue and bringing it to your local representatives is the way to
How
start.
do we go about getting an agreement for A1 septic or note stone to?
It's private. You'd have to do it on your own.
Oh, we couldn't, the commissioners do something, because we do have an issue with septic. And that's an issue that should have been taken care of a long time ago. And it looks like you're looking into it. And you realize that we do have a lot of waste in that little half-mile road. Why not try to help us out and have us, we really can't do anything, but the county, the trustees, commissioners and everything, you got more voice than we do. What if you suggest, until we get this issue taken care of, that you get a contract agreement with one of the waste A1 or Notestone, but we would pay for it, but not at $240 each time they come dump our, because once they dump it, then they have to pay to get rid of it. And since we've got two waste stations across 104, if Stone could fill his tank up, go across 104, dump it out, and not be charged, or I reduce price for them, then we would all save. And we don't want it done free. We'll pay, but every time you get A1 or Stone, you're gonna pay about $200 to empty out the 1,000 tank septic or dry well, and that will fill up. It doesn't take long to fill up 1,000 gallons. So if we could have agreement with them to come in once a month at the same time and take care of maybe 10, 15 homes, and then take across 104 and dump it and take care of us.
I bet you 10 to 1 that CCI across 104 does not take other people's sewage.
And why is that? It's a government agency, and this is government.
I can almost guarantee you they do not take other people's sewage.
Probably because of what he said, because of what everything that the inmates put in those sewers.
Because the only sewer plant that I know around here that takes sewage is the city of Chillicothe, I think, takes sewage in Frankfurt. And I don't think Chillicothe's taking it.
Not right now. I just talked to Homer Stone, and they won't take it no more till they get it done. But they would only take from him like 3 loads a month.
Yeah.
Then he had to take it to Washington Courthouse. Yeah.
I think Frankfurt is now taking.
I don't know how much
I
they are.
think only Bud's is taking.
I should say Bud's the only one that I know is going to Frankfurt.
Yeah, A1 is taking some of the pieces.
Everything.
They are taking.
Everybody else is going.
That's another whole issue.
Yeah, I just said, I got, yeah.
We don't have places to take sewage.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
I got something to tell you. It's gonna be very interesting. I was working down the beach. Jake Bauer. You know, you probably did.
I probably did, probably.
I said, we went.
Right.
I got a cow.
Yes, I've seen that right there. Just so I was there when we built that. I needed that, so, yeah. That's where that was. There's a few other. Oh, yeah. I figured you could add that to your. I will, put that in my list. Thanks.
Takes 3 slates down the nation.
Sorry, guys, we're running a bunch.
There you go.
We're supposed to be in some other meetings right now.
Southern building. I said.
See you, old bud. Take care.
You built these rails.
Always good to see you. Take care.
Nope.
We'll get some answers back. Keep an eye on this one. We always do. Except when it says turn.
I give the pig $100. He said, I'll give you $1,000.
All right. They should have. Listen, we're yours. Sorry about this.
Okay,
I don't want to sell.
thank you very much.
I come back.
No problem.
Pete
I
Dyer
will go very
offered me
quick, I promise.
$15,000. And you know if it worked out, if Pete Dyer did that. So
I've got all this information down to one page.
I got
Hey, how are you? Sorry, I'm just letting someone know.
right after the show, big hotel. You ever heard
Long
of
time no
this?
see, Kelly.
Yeah.
Did you get your sign taken care of? Because I noticed it hadn't been done.
I Texas doing it, they tried to do it.
Rock welding was.
Right.
With the weather, it was raining and snowing and he didn't want to take any chances. He's got it ready and printed, he just waits for it to do. I just got by there, fix some stuff up, so I'm gonna talk to him about it.
Okay.
And then he's going out to P-bills and do that all.
And I we get it stuff.
So they need us to take it over. That would make it better.
Oh, I can give it, I can give it. Oh, that piece out.
Yeah, I can take it off. Just let me know.
I can sign my pieces of it. So thank you.
Let's continue here now.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
How you doing?
Sirs,
Thank you very much for your time, I appreciate that.
So,
I have narrowed down our reporting package to a sheet, and I realize the information that I'm bringing you is a tardy, it's not really tardy.
Can you guys go outside? We'll continue the meeting here.
I'm listening to it.
That's good.
We can't hear.
You guys yell at me one more time. I'm throwing you all out.
We got a long time to go.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, it's perfectly fine, because I could have just kept going higher and higher, I just got louder and louder. So, what I brought with me today is third quarter 2024, so, which is, very much behind the times, but we're always, close of business, we're always 8 weeks after the close of the quarter. So although this is tardy, we're really, not into the next one yet. But what I brought, I wanted to present, and then you tell me what more information you want me to bring. Because I don't want to bring too much, and I only want to tell you what you want to know. Because I realize we don't want any kind of PHI or private health information out there. So again, Ross County, third quarter 2024. The loss ratio at that time, average employee lives, 520 for Ross County. That SEPCO overall makes up an average of 15,344. That lets you know where you fall in our group. Medical and prescription drug loss ratio, at the close of third quarter, we were at 122% loss ratio. What that means is for every dollar we bring in, we were spending $1.22. You don't stay in business very long when you take in, when you got that kind of loss ratio, which is why we do the renewal, and that's why we set the rates every year. So SEPCO overall was at 108.7 or 109%. But included in those numbers, Ross County had 18 total large claims over the $125,000 pulling point. Claims ranged from $129,845 up to $608,358. Those claims are in those loss ratios. What I bring to you is real, true, and good numbers. At the renewal, we take those numbers out, anything over that pulling point, and we show you where that comes out. But I don't present that to you quarterly because anything can happen, those numbers go up, it's a subrogation claim, and there's subrogation, those numbers come out. So we want to show you what's true and good numbers. Your dental loss ratio, 86.8, and vision was 71. Those plans are running perfectly. As you know, we haven't had a rate increase for quite some time. From the Anthem reports on the financial utilization dashboard, 99% of all claims, all medical claims that came in were in network. When our members go in network, that saves them and it saves us. And it saved us $11.4 million by members using the network. Because we get discounts from that. Utilization by setting, inpatient increased, outpatient increased, and professional increased. We like to see the professional visits increase because that's the lowest cost of care. When our members are going to their primary care doc, they're getting that one-on-one information. The doctors are listening to them and they're looking for if there's any other problems. We want that professional to increase. And with the 18 large claimants, we understand definitely why the inpatient increased. We did have an increase in our emergency room utilization. That's one of the most expensive places for care and not where we would like to see an increase by any means. There is a potential savings of $260,000 because of the claims that were being coming out of the emergency room. Things as, low back pain. I mean, those things need to be seen at the doctor's office and managed through that doctor's office, not in the emergency room. So it's not exact, it's just the type of claim or where we would rather see that in the doctor's office, not in an emergency room. Anthem prescriptions, we had 17,085 prescriptions filled. Of those 17,000, 87.9 or 88% were generics. That's fantastic. Our members are doing what we ask them to do. However, 12% of those prescriptions were brand medications. Those are the most expensive, and they are the ones that are running the cost of the plan. 59% of the total cost of your prescription drugs were in the top 10 medications, and those are all brands. So again, 59% of your prescription drug costs are in 10 medications. Your top categories for drugs: dermatologicals, anti-diabetics,
anti-obesity, analgesics, and then the psychotherapeutic drugs. Keep in mind that of that third category there, anti-obesity, Wegovy, Zepbound, those drugs are not covered under our plan as of January 1. We stopped covering them. We sent letters to our members. I am receiving a lot of noise, but we're working through them because the decision was made by our board of directors to not cover those medications in 2025. They didn't go away completely, but in 2025, they're not going to be covered.
So that has no generic.
Correct. They are made by, they are name brands, they are, made, yes, there is no generic.
How much of the 12% is weight management?
You know, I don't know exactly what that was, but I know, I mean, that was, I don't know it by cost. I just know it's in your top 5.
One of the, for anti-diabetics, are those gonna stay the same, or is that going to be? Because I know Ozempic is kind of used often, I don't know if it's labeled for weight loss, but it's often used as a non-labeled tool for weight loss. What's,
Okay,
is that still
so,
there?
yeah, it's still there. So we are always gonna take care of our diabetics, and they will always have that coverage. But you have to have that diagnosis from your doctor to be a diabetic, to get Ozempic. Ozempic makes Wegovy. So it's the exact same drug made by the same manufacturer, but GLP-1s, Ozempic, Wegovy are not approved for weight loss. They are approved, like Wegovy, you couldn't get Wegovy for diabetes, you could only get Ozempic if you're a diabetic. Although it's the same drug, one's approved for weight loss, one is approved for diabetics, and they will always get diabetics will get their medication, but the weight loss, GLP-1 is not.
Is it true though that you have to be a diabetic? They won't prescribe it if you're pre-diabetic? You can't get it paid for if you're pre-diabetic. We have somebody in our department who the doctor said that they were pre-diabetic and he's been getting the medication, but he got one of those letters saying that he wouldn't get it.
The doctor is probably gonna need to diagnose that member as a diabetic. Okay, and it's gonna take, I mean, what it's doing is making doctors get involved in the coverage. Saying, yes, this member has been taking Ozempic, he's getting it for, if he's getting one of the weight loss drugs, no. If he's getting a diabetic medication, they'll get it because he's gonna show results. He's gonna say, we've checked, we've done the blood sugar, it's gone from this to that, and he's doing well on it. So that, they will get it, but they'll get it as a diabetic medication, not as a weight loss medication. Okay.
On up to emergency room, can we get time of day data, off hours of doctors?
Yes.
Versus the time that they're in office?
Yes, I can. I could break that down for just Ross County and what time and what days they're being seen. Who's going.
Yeah, just during doctor's office hours or not.
Yes.
Would be the category that I see. There's nothing we can do about off hours.
Okay, and the only other thing I have to say to that is probably what we need to do is just push Life Health Online, because again, that's free to our members to use, free for our members, there's no cost for it.
All right.
Yeah, that seems like a behavioral change thing, but it's tied to a lot of money, and it's tied to increasing everyone's rates across the ratepayer base. 240 or 114 just in Ross County alone.
Yes, that's just Ross County. That's potentially voidable. Now, again, no one is sitting outside that emergency room seeing if that member was really sick. They're saying that the claim came back in and the claim was for headache. That, that should have been handled with the medical professional, with the doctor, not an emergency room.
It's hard to educate people not to use emergency rooms for emergencies. That's why it's called emergency room.
That's right, and we'll just keep trying.
That's why I want to see it broken down between doctor's hours and non-doctor's hours.
So what's the urgent care count under?
An urgent care would count under outpatient as well, but it's not in these numbers. This is just strictly the emergency room. Is there anything else you would like for me to bring you, any kind of data that you would like? I mean, I tried to summarize it, the things that I think that are running the costs, which is what we're looking at, the renewal. And this was just package that I came up with. So if there's anything else you would like to see, I can always follow up with it. And you could always reach out to me and say, hey, Melissa, what is this? And I'll get that info.
I do have a question about the brand name versus generic. What tool does Setco have or use to encourage or incentivize a generic brand, the use of the prescription of the nicotine product?
They're gonna think I planted you in here. That was a great question. We have a lot of tools. We have step therapy, number one, that if there is a generic available, you have to try that generic to see if that works. So your doctor can write you a prescription, for the brand new drug that's out. However, we all know the generics could work just as well. And so there's a step therapy that comes into play, that there are lower cost drugs that they have to try before you move up and move up and move up. So there's step therapy is the answer that we use.
Okay.
And that's run by our prescription drug carrier, not by me, not by, that's done by the prescription drug. They'll tell the pharmacist and the doctor which drug they want them to try first.
Got several references here on comparative data to prior period, to prior years. I kind of like to see that comparative data across the board.
Okay.
And some sort of stationary data number, instead of sometime it's over the prior period, which I take the last quarter.
Prior period would be the exact same time the year before.
Okay, so.
Okay, so we're always looking at the renewal,
Okay,
So then that's all I can tell you.
but I can tell you what it was the prior period.
okay.
Did take a small recess for now.
That gives us some scale as to how much we're improving, how much we're slipping.
Okay.
And reasons why, and then we can start some corrective action.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's all I got. You guys got any other questions or that you'd like to say?
I just wish they had did that Wegovy and all that stuff like that, and just use it for what it's supposed to be instead of a weight loss.
Well, the things, so the Ozempic and Mounjaro are the two main brands for diabetes. Those are still covered for our diabetics. They're just not covered for our weight loss. And so we've only, it's only January, I don't know what it is, January 27th. January something. We're only 27 days in for not covering this medication. Again, I'm getting a lot of noise, but it was voted on by the board not to cover that. So we have the whole year in front of us before we'll have numbers as to what that did as far as drug costs and drug spend.
I can actually see the argument for keeping it as a covered cost if we weren't already dealing with the problem in front of us, which is rising insurance costs. But I mean, those who have success losing weight on Ozempic are gonna see less, recurring back problems, other issues that are related to obesity, but we gotta cut it.
You're absolutely right. And there's all kinds of things that are coming out that when you lose weight, of course, you're more active and your blood pressure goes down. And so it's cardiac, there's all of these things. However, covering it right now until we can manage the what people do once they do lose weight. Once we can say, yes, they are doing better, because right now we have nothing. They just started using it and losing weight and there was no, point in trying to, we can't measure it, so we have to get to a point where that's managed.
And how that had to be a tremendous RX spend increase. over what
Absolutely.
wasn't available.
It's on your top three.
Right.
I mean, they're right there. So what that, and they're all name brands.
Those generics.
Yeah.
They're very expensive.
Yeah, well, I mean, coverage costs went up, it was a large percent. We thought it was gonna be 18% last year, it was less than that.
The cost for, yes, prescription, so it didn't mean
Not just prescription, but overall Setco went in 24 to 25, what was the percent?
I think your increase was only 7%.
7%, yeah.
But that's because that's from being in our program.
Exactly.
Right, that's from being in our program. Absolutely, yeah.
It was looking bad.
Yes, and had we have kept those drugs in there, the increase would have been higher across the board. So by taking those out, we know exactly what the spend was, so that brought it down to 7%.
We're getting cheaper. But it's better.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your time and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you again very soon.
You guys walk up here?
What's that?
You walk up here?
Yes,
Sure you did.
I did. Did you walk up, Kelly? Walk up, yeah. I think it's easier.
They're the health department. What do you expect?
Trying to be healthy.
That's right, they're the health department. So they're the health department.
You're right, it would be a terrible, but then, I'll bring it to the
You may, center stage here.
Oh, no,
You come to
Sorry,
this.
I have a question after. Well, get there.
Hey, we're still on there.
Are you still okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Contact info for you.
I don't have, I got
Thank you
cards.
for having us.
I don't have cards, but I don't have clues.
It's okay, I know how to find you. So I'll let Mark go first. He's gonna busy for a second.
How's things going?
Good.
How's your sewer line progress?
Long.
But
Rich Dan just came in there and
we no longer have any issues as far as tying into the plant.
I don't, that's, we run that all through Brad, and I think that
It sounds like we do.
So far, so good, but we don't know.
Whatever we need to do to work it out with development or whoever's in charge. Happy to try to.
So this morning, looking, Frenchtown up would be a good start.
Oh, yeah, that's probably been on the radar for quite some time with Ohio EPA, I would think.
Well, the surface on us today.
That's what, I mean, I agree, I think I think the EPA would be concerned about that, there's probably money out there for it. And if that was incorporated in the city of Chillicothe, it would take care of it, so.
Yeah, they'll take care of it.
Same people don't wanna do that.
But the Charlie Township's not gonna
They
do that.
expect us to try to figure it out.
Yeah.
Bainbridge had a huge issue when I used to represent them. Finally got
They
them.
finally got through. They
funding.
got a new, they know with Bainbridge, you know, that's like these people here were talking about Bainbridge, they was here talking about Frenchtown. That's apples and oranges. Bainbridge
Exactly.
put a new,
And it's incorporated,
they got a brand new sewer plant.
yeah. And they were the last to be funded in Ohio that I'm aware of,
It's-
a village.
It was the largest village in the United States that did not have sewer.
They had to do something, so. But, you know, here, we don't have a village,
Well, that's
Soda
the same,
Township is.
that's the same thing with Frenchtown. Frenchtown, you know, that's like, they got a line that runs behind property there, but it's belongs to the state, and the state's not gonna let us tie into that.
Well, and you have Pleasant Valley on the other side. Yeah. And probably that would probably be the biggest solution is tie into them with a pumping station.
Because there's, and Brad's like saying, where the big White House is, that, where the prison owns, right across from the bus garage, there's a manhole right there, there's a manhole covered in the middle of that field.
I'm sure it's the same line.
It's the same line running from the school. Yeah.
All we can do is advocate, all you can do is be advocates and listen. You know, it all comes from local planning too. And when all you have is the township, it reverts back to their trustees.
That was the answer to the question, how could we have this spot unserved by sewer when there's sewer all around? And the answer is bad planning, or lack of planning.
And some of the things at the State House, we're gonna address energy generation and trying to give incentives for developers to build combined cycle. And gas generation, you know, that's where the cheapest way to generate power right now, baseload power is. And right now, Ohio is importing about 30% of our electrical power, which you pay a fee to do that. And it drives up everybody's bills. So we're going to have an energy bill coming out. I don't know exactly what all it's going to entail, but that will be a priority for the legislature to address. Medicaid work requirements will probably come about.
I don't know if we will address Job and Family Services and the waivers that's currently being written where you don't work for your benefits.
I wish there was something done with job family services on.
And some of that would relieve your responsibilities too.
Well, we
We're
had
trying to
a
figure out.
discussion this morning on childcare, child prevention
Yeah.
services, and that's, we gotta allocate $2.5 million today to meet the bills.
Exactly.
So it's really overspent and underutilized, and seems like the corrective actions coming from the state don't have any impact at all.
Lack of childcare services, period, is an issue in rural Ohio. You know, we really don't have any childcare facilities in Benton County.
Not residential, no.
You know, and so other than somebody's home, that capacity of 6, you know. And so that's an issue. Childcare is an issue. I do have a childcare bill. It's like tech cred that will encourage employers to start furnishing childcare as a benefit. And you'll get allotted money as we fund it. If this passes, I'm gonna try to get it in the operating budget. It's the reason it's House Bill number 2. Michelle Reynolds has it over in the Senate, and we've worked with Goodwill and others. You know, Goodwill's a provider here locally. They have a building sitting over in MacArthur that they would like to do such thing, but no way to fund it.
Yeah. Well, I think the companies will kick into the kitty, because we have that ERM program here locally.
Yeah.
Through, the community action.
It's to the point where it's affecting employers. It's a workforce issue because the number one reason a female sets home is a lack of childcare, or affordable childcare, and able to afford it. You know, the private childcare in Columbus, and some of that is over $12,000 a year per child. It's just not attainable. But employers are going to have to step up to the plate, no different than providing healthcare and providing childcare if they want to fulfill some of these jobs. You know, in the future, it's going to get even harder to fill jobs. And if you don't see that coming, you know, you're just turning a blind eye to reality.
Part of the state that's adding jobs.
Yeah.
We need to wrestle this to the ground.
You know, the private business is going to have to step up to the plate for it to ever happen. There's just not enough money at the State House to provide free childcare to everybody. It's just not ever going to happen. You don't have the funds to do it here.
And I don't know that you want to make childcare free for
No.
everyone, you know?
No, you're starting another program that's unsustainable. And, you know, that's the reason this tech cred, when you run out of money, the program ends per operating budget cycle. And if we had extra money, we could put towards childcare that would encourage an employer to start a program. But someday that program, as far as the state funding, will end, and probably end sooner than later.
You know, when you're down people from full ranks in a manufacturing environment, you're not producing what you're supposed to be producing. You're spending more on overtime to produce it. And it's usually of poorer quality and higher scrap. So you're already paying what it would take to pay a side organization for childcare or transportation or the other things that are barriers to employment. Just to have people there on staff that are happy. How long did we go with the sheriff's department that was understaffed? 2007 was the last time we were fully staffed.
I don't think it's fully staffed now.
Even with the raise?
Even with the raise.
I thought it was, he for a long time said he was fully staffed.
And you look at the workforce participation rates for our region, we're somewhere, Ross County, somewhere around 60.
Especially, I mean,
able-bodied people participating in the workforce. And why is that? And there's a litany of reasons why. You know, childcare being one reason. 2, there's others taking advantage of the system that's working on the cash money underground economy. And 3 is just a lack of willpower.
Too many titles.
And maybe a few other reasons out there, you know, mental health or whatever. That's some of the facts that's given to us in the legislature. The further south you go, the lower the workforce participation rates are.
Particularly in males.
Yeah, and the male work,
And lack of development too. And
that leads to many things. You know, James Rhodes used to say, the best way to fix our economy is to get somebody a job.
Yep, I still agree with that. Well, you're both here. This is very, going back to the energy generation piece. I think there's a real opportunity south of us here in Piketon if we could get some red tape out of the way from the federal side and allow the state government to begin to recognize that we want to be an energy generator in the state across PJM and exporter, not a developer. So,
And you know, the PJM
it's
itself,
got
David,
access.
is an impediment too. You know, they gotta have tie-in. Generation power has to be tied into the PJM, and then getting that accepted, you know, that's an impediment down at Rolling Hills right now, which is a 900 megawatt peaking station that should be a combined cycle. And it's real easy to convert one of those to a combined cycle because the infrastructure is already there. But the PJM is telling Rolling Hills, we may not permit you to tie in with the extra generation.
In the back, the queue on PJM is backed up ridiculously on both new users and new generators. And a lot of it's speculative, a lot of it's they don't have enough resources and they don't know what the hell's going on. And it's what's raising everyone's.
And how do we solve that? You know, we're in a state where data centers are king now, and we're number 2 in the nation for data centers. And some of these data centers is using 1,000 megawatts.
Or more, I mean, but they're under a 25 megawatt load restriction until
And that's,
indefinitely.
I mean, it's keeping further development down. And so how do we create wealth in areas where these data centers are? You know, we got one proposed for Fayette County, which is a huge property tax income for that county. That's how you build wealth for this county, where your funds come from. So power generation is on the top of our list to deal with.
And that's like, you know, with Columbia Gas, just wears me out. You know, I talked to them 3 times or 4 times, and you keep going from one person to another person to another person, and everybody's same answer is, well, you know, yeah, we'll build a gas line here if the people's gonna come and build. If they're gonna put the factory here, we'll build a gas line. Well, then the people who has the factory says, we're not gonna bring the factory here because you got no gas line. So you try, you know, they're putting the cart before the horse or the chicken before the egg, and nobody wants to.
And we addressed this in the last legislature. You know, we allowed them to charge the rate paying customers for build out such as you just mentioned. And, you know, and try to help our infrastructure. You know, development is dependent on infrastructure. And like you pointed out, we've lost many projects.
Oh, yeah.
Because of lack of gas to the northern part of the county.
Comp plan will help address some of that.
But,
Until we get that, you know, that private company on board, there's nothing that, you know, we're just, must be ready for it.
yeah. So I was contacted this morning by Dr. Cohen about his development project out there. He was looking for some assistance on the infrastructure. I said, I don't know what I can do or can't do, but I gave him Destiny's number with Jobs Ohio. But I don't know what our port authority is and if he's been dealing with Tammy or not.
There's a port
There's a port authority down there.
I mean, he
shot
at it. He was wanting bonding, some financing for his infrastructure portion. That includes water, sewer, retention ponds, and site development. You know, it's an encouraging project if it happens, and if private money is there to do such.
Well, that's the first time hearing about all that.
I think my opinion, I think he bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
Maybe so.
He lost his investors that was going to work for it.
Well, and I'm
He
telling you,
wanted us to give him a break when he built a hotel. We'd never give anybody else a break when they built a hotel. So why would you,
it's a, you know, and then they have the baseball fields out behind it, and then the Paints approached me and I set them up a meeting. Dwight Garrett came and attended it. We had Brian Wickline with Lydia Mahalik with the governor's development director. And we looked at trying to just finance the stadium portion. And I will tell you this, there's not a whole lot of public sentiment for public funds to finance a stadium for a private individual to own. And as you read about the Browns and their debacle up in Cleveland and all that going on. But I don't see the state of Ohio appropriating funds to get in the middle of
That's the same thing I don't see.
But, so, my answer to him is talk to Jobs Ohio and talk to Tammy Elenardo and see what they can do for you. But I just wanted to throw that out there. He did contact me.
Going back to the Piketon plant, how familiar are you with Trillium?
I've met with those people several times, and my take on them, they never had the capital to do anything with that project, and that's what they lack. I mean, they have a great presentation, but Jack, if you don't have capital, you can't get financing. And I don't know if anybody's ever going to have financing. They looked at the state of Ohio, and we just don't do that. I mean, if he needed a water line or infrastructure to build out the project, I'm sure we would help. And I mean, we've helped Honda of America over there with their water lines. I mean, the state funded it. And, but at the same time, look at all the jobs and the public investment that was all private there. Honda had the capital. They didn't come to the state for capital, but this guy did. And how many times I've seen the same scenario by my previous job, they would always come wanting funds. And it's no different than Brady Aluminum over in Kentucky. There's nobody worked harder to help try to get that guy his funding than I did. And the bottom line was, I don't have initial capital. I need $100 million of your money, and before I can get you any more money.
That's where Paducah's driving pretty strongly the hoop there.
Well, if Paducah wants to fund that project, more power to them, but, and maybe they can, but Mitch McConnell's no longer the majority leader, and I don't know if that's going to be on the radar screen of the agenda of what we have in Washington. I just don't see it fitting.
Yeah.
It didn't fit here. Nobody wanted to come up with money. And even though how good it sounds, you're risking a lot of people.
With that being said, John Hastley did reach out to me this morning. And so let me just start real quick. So my role's changed a little bit. So I'm now the district director for Congressman David Taylor, who replaced Congressman Winstrup. Congressman Taylor, we're in week 4 and we've hit the ground running. He was appointed to Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and the Agriculture Committee, 2 top ones for, Southern Ohio and Ohio 2nd District. He's already dropped his first bill, Regulation Dissemination Act, which actually, I'm going to tell you what it says because I didn't want to make sure I messed it up. That bill, which is supported by the president, it requires 10 government regulations to be eliminated for every one that's implemented. So we're trying to reverse some roles. And the Lake and Riley Act is also on the way to the president's desk. But in the meantime, Congressman Taylor is very advocating for a strong farm bill, and that's huge in our area. With that being said, you talked about Piketon. We're going to have Congressman Taylor in the district in March, so we're going to set up a meeting, which hence is why John Hastley has reached out to me this morning to try to get that connected. And I think they want to make sure he's on the same page with Trillium and with the DOE site and, with Centrus. So we want to make sure he's up to date with everything that's going on. So he's well versed when he's down in Washington representing us. So right now, I'm going to be the representative for the area. We've built a strong district staff. There's a strong DC staff for Congressman Taylor. We're missing one link in our puzzle, and we're actively looking for that person. So if you guys need anything in the meantime, reach out to me and we'll get it taken care of. But he's hit the ground running, and he's gonna be a strong representative for Cohasset District. So and I'll also keep you posted on that Piketon stuff.
He's got big shoes to fill because Winstrup was a good friend of Ross County.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think you're gonna have the same, I know you're gonna have the same with Congressman Taylor. I mean, he made friends from Claremont all the way to Meigs, and he's done the same thing at, in Washington, on bipartisan level and both, so.
But getting back to Piketon, and, it is an NRC site. And we only have 2 other sites that's currently approved by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And that would be Davis Bessie and Bearden up here on the lake. But that would really be the place to put these modular nukes and the fuel forms right over here. And then you could have another project that's processed between Halo to nuclear fuel for this generation of the SM, what they call them, SMUs, small modular SMNs, small modular nukes. That would be another project that we've already got the infrastructure there at Piketon to do. And it makes sense, I can look for the cleanup project at some point in time to go from a cost plus indefinite delivery contract to a more bid project. And, right now, they could cut millions out of that project and not harm the success of the cleanup at all. You give me a cost plus contract and then especially with an indefinite delivery, I'm gonna spend it.
Yeah.
At a cost of about $470 million a year down there. Just think about what that money would do. $470 million, that whole 17-mile Portsmouth bypass was less money than that.
I think, she stepped out, but I really hope that this Congress addresses energy generation and infrastructure, because that's one of the things driving the lack of investment is, we've got an energy policy that changes every 4 years with an investment that has an ROI of 30 years. So there's a lot of risk involved in that.
Just think if you're, Ohio's basically deregulated generation, years ago, and all the utilities jumped ship now. In West Virginia, AEP's still in the generation business, but not so much here.
And they're on their way out too.
And then we cannot afford to lose any coal-fired powerhouses, period, because we're on the brink of blackout on very cold or very hot days. So we gotta do something. It's that simple. Or we wanna be like California and have your power bills jump 4 times what they are today.
Well, that's why we can't lose the
That's your
infrastructure
choices.
already in the ground down
Yeah.
at Piketon.
Yeah.
And I've had, through CCAO, I've had good conversations with all the surrounding county commissioners. And we've agreed that, and we'll see how far our agreements go, but to work together for regional development and regional success over individual county success.
Yeah.
So if we learn to play ball well together, it takes a lot of load off the state when part of the state's taking care of itself.
Well, Jack, you and David both know if you don't have a site for a site selector to look at, your next community's project maybe.
Yeah.
And, so we need to prepare Ross County for those days and have infrastructure and whatever I can do on the state level. We have those loans available for industrial parks if you want to try to establish that.
I think our
And
first,
utilize that. If anything, we need to expand that funds in our next operating budget.
I think we're gonna learn a lot from the comprehensive strategic plan that we're doing. It's a planning, it's truly comprehensive in the way that it's looking at the opportunities that we have for economic development, what we need to do from both a infrastructure and financing standpoint and incentive standpoint, targeting areas, regulatory. I hope that that's a part of it because, I've chased some of that all Ohio Future Fund stuff in my career and I've been involved with those types of things.
best case for going after funds like that is to have proof that we're ready
Have a
for it,
plan.
and we've contemplated what that looks like, and I think over the next several, well, it's an 18-month timeline that's already started, but as long as, once we're through that process, so tell people to participate as we go through it.
And as soon as we get our guidelines for the community project funding, I'll make sure that you guys have those. They're working on those now. So I know those are instrumental because those bring great wins to the district, you know, to the high second district, but not only that, to the communities, to the small communities. So
Well, that community, or that comprehensive plan, if it doesn't drive the mission of our purpose in this county, we're missing it.
Yeah.
Because how we put together the county and how we're going to lay out how all this goes together, the what's the easy part, the how is the hard part. And the comprehensive plan is the how. And so Devin's taken a deep dive on that, you know, I've pretty much committed my efforts to them. I can't speak for the other two gentlemen, but I think they're on board as well. And then we'll come with a logical plan to Columbus when we need to ask for funding or help or whatever, and you'll know what it's for, and it'll be just.
you're meeting on Thursday. Is a Ross County meeting? Or is that for the city? Thursday? Thursday from 3 to 7 at the Christopher Center?
The architectural.
Oh, that's
It's
the
the-
open house.
The open house, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always good for the community to go if they want to be involved. I think it's from 3 to 7.
Yes.
That's always a good thing for the community that wants to be involved and they want to be in the know and,
Well, that's first of many.
yeah, oh yeah, but I think it's good. It's very transparent for the community.
Let you know you're doing things.
Kelly has talked about, I don't know if you plan to talk about this, but talking about going to Columbus, Kelly had an idea of.
Sorry, I
You know,
forgot to mention that.
A lot of counties are doing, you know, their county's day at the Capitol where you put together your, you know, stakeholder groups, your office holders and go, you know, not so much begin with
So-
lobbying, but.
Yeah, sort of, yes and no.
Start to.
So I'll just tell you, I threw this out to David last year, mentioned it to him. One of the things I appreciate some of the counties in, you know, Southern Ohio that do this, Lawrence County's been doing it for 30 years. This is their 31st year. And what they do is they take a group of citizens that are engaged, that maybe aren't engaged, that just want to go to day at the Capitol. They meet with their they meet with their representatives and, whether it be, you know, Mark or, you know, Representative Peterson, they met with their senator. And it's just a good time. They usually bring like economic development up speaks, tourism speaks, and it's for the whole community. You know, it's just not people that are elected officials. And I know Commissioner Davis in Sauter County, and I talked about that, and he said he planned at one time and they couldn't get anybody to go, elected officials. Well, open it up to the community. You know, hey, we have 30 spots available. We would love for you to sign up and come. And it's a great day for people to go to the State House and meet those, you know,
I think you need a
representatives.
partnership with your chamber, your tourism,
They just,
and a few other
they have breakout sessions
interested parties.
where people can go into those breakout sessions. They have a lunch and they also have time
Lawrence
afterwards.
County probably does the best.
They do, they really do. I think
They have
Adams
a little
County,
luncheon,
yeah.
for the, they
So
have a
I-
luncheon there and everybody is there in the atrium.
And it's a
Of course,
great
that all
time.
takes money, Jack.
It does, but it's also a good time for people to express what they want, that they may not see these people on a regular basis. You know, they usually have a guest speaker, whether it be Director Mahalik or John Kerry or somebody, and they just talk about their community. And maybe not this year, it's a little short notice, but they usually do them around May. So I mentioned to Commissioner Glass that I would be more than happy to get some numbers and names of people. I think it's a great way to involve your community. So just be thinking about that.
Just thinking outside the box,
Yeah.
you know, you mentioned working regionally, maybe those 4 counties would be interested in going together and sharing expenses.
Or do it with, yeah, exactly, communities that don't do it.
Funds out of
You know?
Sonai or whoever to do such.
You know, you could partner with Pickaway, you could partner with Jackson, you could partner with a lot of group of people.
Vinton's all the
you
time
know.
looking for help.
Absolutely.
Vinton's looking for help.
They are, and I
They're
think
willing to do things, but they have nothing going on.
that's,
Very
They-
little
they-
tax
very
base,
little
that's the
tax
reason
base.
that Rolling Hills project would be a big time thing for
And
them to
no,
create
there's
some
no
wealth.
tax base whatsoever.
not that I wanted to give you something else to think about on your plate, but it is a great way to involve your community, and even partnering with another community like Benton to have one state house day for them as well to be involved. So, I mean, just something to think about in the future.
Kelly, where was that funding for Cooks Hill Road? Is that?
It came from the community, from Congressman Winstrup.
That has been approved.
Mhm.
Okay, there's $4 million for Cooks Hill Road, federal funds.
We didn't know that. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
I mentioned it to Charlie. I mentioned it to Charlie.
Wow.
But it was put in through Brad, and I worked with Alex to try to help get that going. Because we looked for funding, we met with those people down there.
Yeah.
And Charlie says,
Like you said, I thought it died with Brad.
Yeah.
Charlie thinks that we can get that road back open, and that 4 million, and maybe a little bit more that he can finance through the engineer's office. So that's all good news.
That's great.
Less civil would be happy about that.
Yeah.
$4 million.
We'll check into it just to, to make sure.
Just let us know, yeah, I'm sure there'll probably be, or you might suggest.
Or
that there's some sort of.
Or, this next round, let's talk about maybe, getting with your engineer and.
Charlie's aware of it, though, I spoke.
Okay.
Saving that up.
So he's listening to say that up.
Well, he was waiting on it to be a reality.
Yeah.
I believe it was, from what I understood, I saw Brad over at
Yeah.
So, but that's good news for this county.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Speaking of Child
You guys-
Protective Services,
Yeah, well, we don't wanna, how are you? I've seen Jody more in the last, month?
Yeah.
Than ever before. So,
Anything you guys need.
yeah, you know how to
I
reach
got my
out.
phone numbers, call me.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be glad to come down here anytime. You don't have to.
Brad,
be
thanks for
close.
everything you do
Oh,
too.
You're absolutely welcome. That's some of the things that I'm aware of.
okay. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I know, those are the ones that.
Oh, well then, we're ahead of the ball game then. Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. Oh, you're good. You're good. Nice seeing you. All right, you're up. All right, gentlemen, thank you, thank you.
So do you have your $2.5 million jacket on?
Oh, no, not today, it's invisible.
So I suppose that's what you're for.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Kind of explain something that, kind of answer questions, probably be more than just one meeting.
Okay. This isn't the only swing at the plate on this, is it?
No,
This is just the first one.
correct,
What's the back end of this?
possibly, some of it's gonna.
Another, we're looking at the same as last year, 5 million. total, but
For Ross County would be closer to, like, the 3, it would be closer to 3.
Real quick, Jack, we may want to move into work session here in one since we're still doing the library.
You can't take any action.
Okay. I don't.
So this is something I think that we need to take care of. Sure.
Well, I think, so you want to keep streaming? I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because I think we need to clear up a couple of things from the prior conversation. I think Jeff was just coming. Has he been up here? He was up
No,
here.
we're gonna start with,
Well, we should at least let him know. Because I told him 1:30.
Just wait till 1:30 then.
yes.
Yeah, I got already talking about.
I
said he's probably eating Taco Bell.
Did he say he was going to Taco Bell?
No, I-
Oh,
He does,
so man.
Just wait till 1:30 then.
Okay.
It's, this is what CCA could put out, it came out on the 17th. Get past the, committees that talks about child welfare, and what they're seeing to do. Sorry, Mr. Glass, I'm Jimmy.
Yeah.
Nice to see you,
I think we've met
Yeah.
in the past, they probably can't think.
You good to hang out there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we'll be right back.
You want something?
Well, I just had a question. I was over in Title all day today. I was doing my budgets for B&B. When I go over here, my staff is telling me that they were told by Jared Holmes that our healthcare wasn't calculated correctly. Does it sound familiar to you guys? Okay, they were telling me that something wasn't calculated correctly with healthcare.
Who was telling them that?
Jared Holmes, he told, you know it?
Jared Holmes.
Holmes, okay.
Works at DD.
DD. He was mentioning that something was calculated correctly with healthcare.
Maybe that was.
It's probably related to the initial
Yeah.
calculation that went out to 17%, and it went to 8% or whatever it was.
7%.
Yeah, there's really, Jordan, if that's what it is, there's really nothing to do. At the end of the year, there may be some transfers needed, but at this point,
No.
there's really nothing to do with
Okay.
that.
And you're good.
Okay.
It's a reduction, not an increase.
Okay,
That's even better.
gotcha. That makes sense. Good. That helps with my numbers over there.
So you can go back with good news.
Huh?
You can go back with good news.
Good news, yeah.
So this, so I ran a cost report just for replacement costs for Ross County. It's on the calendar year. Now, we operate on the state fiscal year. This is calendar year 24. I took the kids' names out, but the far left column is the daily rate, the middle column is how many days, and the right column is the total cost for that kid. Now, this could be duplicate, well, I should wait, so I don't have to.
Yeah, I think waiting till 1:30 is best, only because, Jeffers went with me last year when we went to talk to Jody and Paula. We had a really good afternoon, talking about just kind of the state of things, and so Jeffers could probably fill in some blanks on our conversation. And I think the most important thing is just that you guys have a clear understanding of what their situation is, what the purpose of this $2.5 million request is. And then we as a team, you guys, me and Jeffers, can get into the budget and figure out opportunities for addressing it.
We review the specifics of this every month in our board of directors meetings with jobs and family services.
Yeah.
So we've seen this growing for me 2 years so far,
Yeah,
and for Rudy 4 years.
4 years.
I think that speaks to the need for some action.
Well, we're all there.
$2.5 million. I mean, I just, I don't know.
Well, so
I don't know else how to explain it.
Well, it's one thing to spend money, it's another thing to make structural movements to address a growing problem.
We're listening.
Those aren't the same thing. Well, let's wait till 1:30 for Jeffers to be here, because he had part in it as the treasurer.
Well, I have a request from the auditor's office to extend the dog tag registrations.
So move to extend it to when?
February 14th, 2025.
I'll make that motion.
I don't know.
You don't have to.
I was trying to get a rise on it.
No, you know what? This wasn't even on my radar. Ann asked if we could do it. I said, yeah, sure. There's no reason to do it or not do it. It's just give people an extra 2 weeks.
That's fine.
People ain't gonna buy the dog tags, if they ain't gonna buy their dog
That's
tags.
kinda how
It'll make a difference if you make it January 1st or December 31st.
That's kind of how I have people ask me, what happens if I don't pay? I say, well, you get a fine when you do pay. And they say, but that only works if I pay. I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you.
All those in favor?
We don't send the sheriff after people.
No, don't worry, no. Don't worry to give them a ticket and they don't show up for court and they get a thing for failure to appear in court and then the sheriff's department come out and get it.
Right. One of my kids' teachers asked Carolina if we get dog tags. And of course, the answer to that is yes. We better get dog tags.
So we're gonna sit here and look at each other.
So what are we waiting on the treasurer?
Well, it's only that I told him that's what time we were getting back together, because that's what we talked about. But, Jeffers is the treasurer. He has a hand in the budget. He was part of the conversation with Jody and Paula last year. I guess, Kathy, do you want to call him and see if he can come up now?
What's his number, do you know?
115.
He's not answering. I don't know if he's down there.
We got a meeting Wednesday.
Wednesday full board.
I'll be there. But don't forget.
We should text.
I'm trying
Did you
to
text?
sort that out. I'm on a,
I'll call him.
Okay,
The girls
Dan
might
has to
be
come to the, ag growers group that they have with the common strategy.
Kathy Jordan's gonna text him.
I think.
Milk. He gets some milk.
Coffee maybe.
But that, this might supersede that, especially if we have this conversation. Real organized things, probably. And I'll be with one of the ag folks later that day at the farm bureau meeting, so I'll probably try to, I might be late because I do have the steering committee meeting that ends, I think, right after, but.
Steering committee meeting.
For the comp.
Okay, you're doing that, because I was on that.
Yeah, I thought I don't know if it's in the minutes, but we sorted that out in the first.
Right.
You might have his phone off. It's not showing. You read it.
I just wanted to make sure we was on the same page.
His door was shut earlier.
I texted him. So maybe we don't know when, have you talked with him, Jeff?
I talked to him about 45 minutes ago, and he is planning to be here at 1:30.
Well, I want to be respectful of everyone's time and this not being an agenda item. Maybe he knows, can maybe get started, and it's up to Jack running the meeting, but Jody, I'm fine with just getting the conversation started here.
I am too.
Okay.
Because we have some other things we want to cover in work session.
Well, so here's the thing, is that we were talking earlier about, there seemed to be at least a little confusion about exactly what this request was for. And so this is, Jody, correct me if I'm wrong, this is 100% related to foster care.
It's a replacement cost increase, so it's above and beyond what levy dollars we can utilize, what 4E reimbursement, what state child protective allocation we have, and any other funds that we can charge to placement costs.
So this is not related to office operations?
It's not related to personnel, it's not related to anything with that, it's related solely for the cost of care.
No other programs, it's 100% related to foster care?
Yeah, so our levy in Ross County, we've always used for our foster care costs. Now, we have a match for our adoption assistance. Sometimes if we have to go above the $250 state cost, which requires a local match. So when kids are adopted, we negotiate a little bit higher if there's special needs with those kids. So the state pays the first $250, and then anything above that, if they're 4E eligible, we get federal reimbursement for that, and we pay the match. So there is a little bit additional cost. It's a few $100,000 a year we pay for adoption assistance. But as you can see from this document, for just calendar year 24, our total cost of care was $6.3 million for Ross County. So when you do the math and start breaking it down based on, in this sheet, now this is an older sheet, it's from August, but it probably hasn't changed too much. If you look at the middle column, it is our 4E reimbursement. So 4E is a federal program that we get reimbursed if children are eligible for a percentage of their cost. So we get about a 60% reimbursement if kids 4E eligible for their placement costs. So for Ross County, 50% of our kids are 4E eligible, or 64% of our kids are 4E eligible and 35% of them aren't. But if you look at the next two lines, that shows you how much it costs per day for those kids. So it's almost $9,000 for kids that are eligible and almost $9,000 for kids that aren't eligible. And with those costs, that non-eligible piece is all either our levy dollars or SCPA dollars, which is state child protective allocation. Some of it we can use Title 20 if we have Title 20 available if they're in a residential setting. But those are the costs that are killing us. Well, not killing, what it is, it's super expensive when you look at that on a daily basis, because that's $3 million just in itself almost.
So we're in a position now where prior year's carryovers have essentially been exhausted. So you're at a point now where you're asking for general fund money to support foster care in Ross County.
We did that last year, yes.
So last year, was last year the first time
That's the
that
first
happened?
year. We had exhausted all carryover dollars. We talked about some different options. There was some ARPA dollars that were eligible to be used for this. And at this point, those dollars are no longer available. So it comes down to general revenue funds.
So for how many years now has JFS relied on prior year's carryover to continue to fund current year operations?
So as we've looked at that for the cost of care, for the foster care cost, the last probably 3 to 5 has gotten really expensive for us. And a lot of that's because of the type of kids that we're seeing coming into the system. We've looked at some different reforms that were supposed to happen at the state level that were supposed to help us. High Rise was one thing that was supposed to help offset kids coming into care, which hasn't happened. And that was supposed to really impact the kids that are really high dollar kids that had psychiatric issues, that were in residential, as a way to parents didn't have to give up custody. And that really hasn't happened. So we've seen a greater increase over the last several years with the residential kids that have severe mental health issues coming into custody, which costs us a lot of money. Plus, during COVID, the providers seemed like the cost just skyrocketed for us. So things that we weren't really able to prepare for have really came up for us at this point where this cost has continued to increase.
So where we are now is basically a problem 5 years in the making and getting worse every year, is that right?
That's the direction it's been going in, because I know the state's looking at some things for some cost control possibly, but I don't see that happening anytime soon, and things that need to occur. Putting money into things isn't the solution. The state needs to develop some supports that would help us up. And that would be psychiatric hospitals, some different facilities. So we don't have these kids in custody, but that doesn't seem to be happening quick enough. And plus, they need to do federal 4E reform. Every kid should be eligible for 4E that comes in foster care. We have kids ineligible for boarding and orders for things that technicalities versus they're eligible. There's just some screwy thing that happened when they came into our custody. So there are some things that would be helpful for us, but we have a lot of kids that I think that aren't appropriate for child welfare. They need more psychiatric help, but there's no place for them to go. So they end up in our care.
So with the carryover that we had in previous years, where was that funding reserve coming from?
So what we were able to do is if we were able to carry over some of our levy money, if we had enough state child protective allocation money, or we had enough Title 20, we didn't have as much cost, so we were able to build up our reserves over the years. And then
Out of what buckets?
So basically our levy funds, because our state funds, you cannot carry over, they have to be expended. So if we had more state money we could charge to at the end of the year, we could use more of our state money, and if that meant we had a $300,000 carryover, we could carry that over to the next year. So we're able to carry over our levy dollars. We have to be careful, you only can carry so much of your levy money over before you run into an issue. So we were usually carrying over about $1 million, which was about what we had in reserves, and that slowly has just depleted over the last 5 years.
So is that because of inflation of higher costs in every category and just some categories?
Most of it has been increased costs across the board and the type of kids that are requiring higher dollar placements. If you look towards the back of this, we have a kid that costs $1,350 a day.
Mm-hmm.
That kid's 4E eligible, but the ceiling rate for their placement is only $380. So we get 60% of that $380 back, and the rest of it, the other $1,000 or $340. The other $1,000 is all local costs because they're selling so much higher. But that child didn't turn down at every other placement unless we want to sleep in the agency, which we've had kids sleep in the agency overnight. We have to pay that, and there's no place else to put her. So those are the things that we run into with our higher dollar placements. The providers can say, come get your kid, or you pay this amount.
Has the complexity of mental health just kind of by
Yes.
leaps and bounds exploded over the last few years?
Yes, so the issues we see with the kids that were in their families, especially with the children, we have residential kids that are as young as 7. really not appropriate for that type of placement, but that's the only option we have for them. They can't be in a foster home. So what we're seeing are those needs have increased so much at a younger age, and then residential isn't the answer for these kids. This is not the best place to put them, but there's no other options for them. They can't be in the community. There's no other place that these kids can go, so we're having to place them in semi-locked facilities. I don't want to say locked, but they're structured facilities. So those are the things that we're running into, and a lot of it's based on behaviors that we see from the kids. Some of them have delinquency issues. The mental health is what's really hard for us right now, especially with some of the behaviors some of the kids have.
It's tough to deal with. How about our supply of providers?
Not enough. We just partnered with Fairfield County. The state has a pilot project for developing your own therapeutic foster homes. Our 3 counties along with Fairfield are part of that. We received $75,000 per county, so we have $300,000 to invest in building our own therapeutic homes that we can control. So that's one thing we lack overall is therapeutic homes, a step down from residential, or if a kid needs to go from a regular foster home to therapeutic, there's just not enough of them. So what we're going to try to do is develop that, and that hopefully will have an impact on our costs. They piloted it up in Northern Ohio, and they've seen some cost savings with it on their foster care side.
So as an individual county, what do you recommend we do to help harness these costs?
I think one is advocate with at the state. We partner with all of our community partners on when we're looking at costs. We work closely with DD, with our kids who are DD. We can get them into intermediate care facilities, which don't cost the agency. We just have such a demand for the kids in care. The kids that we have cost so much because of their issues. We don't have appropriate placements for them. That's what we're running into. I can't tell the court we're not going to take this kid. I can't tell law enforcement when we respond that, we don't have a relative to send that child to, or even a friend. We have to take custody of that child. So, and then when we get calls with the mental health, those are things that we have to respond to. And then when you look at just the cost over time, they just increased to where it's just been an explosion.
Would you say that the people in the Child Protection Service programs mature into adults requiring the same kind of dependency?
Sometimes. Yeah, when people age out of foster care, some of them do well, but the majority of them don't. A lot of them have issues, and some of the services that we try to hook them up with aren't successful, so they end up coming into the adult side. So they either end up in adult corrections, dealing with the courts. Not all, but we do have a number that do that, or they end up going right back to where they left from.
So if our numbers of juveniles is rising, is that true?
Some of the delinquency issues, yes, we do have some more of that. Now, our numbers, as far as kids in custody, our numbers haven't really increased. It's the severity and the complexity of the kids that we're dealing with.
About 19,000
Cost per kid.
Yes.
Cost per kid, not necessarily kids.
Yeah.
That's the cost.
Yeah, we've been lucky. We've kept our custody count pretty static. Our issue is what we're facing with the kids and not having. It would be great if we had services locally that these kids never came through our door. If they did, they could stay with their parents. There was respite. Once we take custody, then it creates such a dependency on the agency. The parents lose some of that anchor. These kids are placed all over the state because we don't have placements close by. They lose their connection, and then the parents do their thing. We don't get them reunified. It's a process. This system is not perfect at all.
One of the things we talked about earlier is this, and Jeffers, you'll remember this week, we came over, we talked to you guys about, you guys are sending kids up to Cleveland as needed. Sounds like you sent kids to Indianapolis. I believe that's, from the sound of things, the best that we're able to do for right now. The point I was trying to make earlier is that that's not something that we should just accept as the best we can do. Right? Like, we surely can do better than this, but it's going to take some action. And so it's one thing for us to sit and wait on the state for a state fix or the federal government. That may or may not happen.
So we've developed with integrated because we needed a residential closer to home for us to utilize. So we worked with integrated services, and they opened a residential facility in Nelsonville. They had the old hospital that they repurposed. Their top floor takes kids. I think they take about 15 kids. So that's the first residential that's been developed in Southern Ohio for a while. We're trying to work with Guyatt County. They're trying to do something down at the old Gallia Developmental Center with some of the cottages that are available. We are trying to develop our local services here, or as close as we can, you know. The problem is the issue I see is we don't have enough psychiatric beds for kids, and that's where we're running into some of our issues. There's only about 100 beds statewide. So when we have these really sick, severe kids, it may take them months to get into a psychiatric facility, and then they're just not doing well in that time. They're not really the best placement for them. So that really hurts us that we don't have more psychiatric beds in Ohio. And I agree, Auditor, trying to wait for someone to fix it is never a good answer. Trying to address it ourselves. We've done that with partnering with, you know, as many providers as we can and looking at different things and what we can do here to try to make that work better.
So that seems to be the county's real, like this $2.5 million, this is a Band-Aid that we can do for a year. We'll probably have another Band-Aid next year. Thankfully, the county's in a financial
We'll have
position.
another
where this
Band-Aid
is-
like this later on this year.
Thankfully, the county's in a position where something like this is possible.
For now, just like they were within the department.
But to his point, I think whatever counties can do to work together to start working on this in a
CTA has
longer-term
been
way.
doing that, Jeff. There is not a meeting I go to at the board, there's not a meeting, a convention I go to where that is not a big presentation by the county commissioners. And they pick programs that seem to be working better than others. And we learn from that, and I bring home the PowerPoints and the contact information to Jody. And nobody's got the answer for the student.
But that's Columbus focused, because everything CCA does just like the Auditors Association, requires acts of the legislature. And so my question is, do we, as a county government, have an opportunity to foster more of this kind of partnership independent of the legislature? That's where I'd like to see this conversation go, as the guy who's counting dollars.
I think with some of the things the state's put out there, like with the foster care pilot for therapeutic homes, they're putting some seed money out there. I think some of the things that we can help to do to develop this will be helpful. And the state's looking at some of the foster care costs to set rates so that we're not getting capped out of our reimbursement. And that's something that may happen sooner than later. But I think yes, if we're partnering as much as we can with other counties, not just the counties we work with, but all the counties on how we can look at things differently, how we're working with our kids and see how we can control those costs. We do that. I mean, I participate with our districts, which are all counties in Southern Ohio, and try to look at things that we can pilot, or just how can we do things differently. And I wish there was a better answer, but I mean, it's just, we got to work harder at it and try to develop that. Because those are dollars that we're spending for cost of care. We're not able to develop any services. We're just responding to fires and emergencies in our agency. We're not overstaffed. I have about a 50% turnover rate in my children's services unit because they get burnt out.
So what if, for example, a group of 6 counties in south central Ohio said, we need a facility that's closer to home so that none of us is in a position of sending kids to Cleveland or Indianapolis, something that's drivable in a day. And these counties agree, we are going to commit X number of dollars to this. We're going to build out this facility while we wait for the legislature to do what it's going to do. Is that possible?
It is possible, but there'll be a cost commitment from the counties. You'd always have to get a no reject. If I send a kid, you can't kick them out. And we're going to pay the cost for a 20-bed facility. It's almost like setting up. Now, some kids, you want to make it appropriate because some kids you wouldn't want to place in the facility and then run into issues because you have to tailor it to, okay, we're doing males, females, are we taking sex offenders, you'd have to really look at what that population is. And you could make an impact possibly with that because then you may be able to control your costs a little bit better, but you're looking at a 24-hour facility with nursing, depending on that level. If you're looking at a residential facility, counseling, all those things that go with it, there's costs with it. The problem we also have is trying to staff something like that. From what I ran into working with Integrated with one in Nelsonville, just getting off the ground and have staffing is an issue. The Integrated owns the old detention center that they were going to tear down here in Ross County and build a psychiatric residential facility for kids, but they don't have enough of the seed money to do that, and they put that on hold. But that would be a good start if we could actually get the High Department of Mental Health to commit money to that project and pilot that, they're ready to go on something like that, but it would take several months to get staff and everything to do it. But I mean, there's ways that the state could provide some funding and do some things because they know that there's not enough of these services. So if we could put pressure to say, hey, we need this in Southern Iowa, we don't have that.
Yeah. How many of those, I mean, the combination's so unique as to what the individual suffers from and how to treat that appropriately. How many different variables are we talking to that divide down into that, what kind of different?
Some programs,
So-
like Buckeye Ranch will have different programs for different types of kids depending on what their needs are. So if you're looking at kids with, that have, sexual tendencies where they could, abuse someone else, there's programs for that. There's substance abuse programs. There's severe mental health that kids, maybe bipolar, or they don't like to, diagnose younger kids, but have severe mental health issues. Now, there's different programs for that. Depending on the size, you could specialize in different parts of that, but you could open a 20-bed facility in Ross County and we get filled up with counties around us just because there's that big of a need. We probably have 20 kids across the street.
We can fill that up now.
Yeah, I mean, we've had kids waiting for psychiatric beds, like I said, for months. We had a kid in Logan that they got her in Florida, took her a year, and she ended up could go. So, but she was qualified to go to a psychiatric residential treatment facility. We didn't have any in Ohio. The only one that would take her was in Florida. Now, there was no cost to that, but that's the problem we see when these kids are just sitting, waiting for something that has severe issues and needs. And the liability sits with us at the county because we have custody. We're trying to find someone to help care for these children.
This $2.5 million is not what you want, it's what you need.
Well, yeah.
So why are he needs that $2.5 million today. Or this year, he needs it to pay the bills.
Yes.
Okay, but we're talking about something that we could talk about until we're blue in the face, until the state changes everything.
But
it's not a thing that we can do.
I disagree. I think that's the whole.
Well, guess what, we're gonna have to disagree then, because, come on, Jeff.
We just had a conversation about opportunities. It's gonna take some movement and exploring these opportunities, but for us to just throw our hands up and say, well, nothing we can do, let's do the 2.5.
I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that just throw our hands up and say, there's nothing we can do. But there's nothing we can do about this $2.5 million
Agreed,
now.
but in the meantime, while we address this, should we not start exploring some of these opportunities? Because the alternative is that we just wait for the state. You can wait forever for the state. They might not do anything.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
But I'm talking about, we started out with to approve $2.5 million for Job and Family Services.
Yes.
To help for them to pay their bills.
Yes.
Continue for the rest of the year. Once we approve that, then we can look ahead to find out, see how many other counties can go with. We got 3 or 4 counties now that's with us.
Then
And that was trying to save some of the money.
That's the whole point of the conversation is let's go beyond just okay, here's the 2.5 million to start saying, what can we start doing proactively to address this so that next year we're in a better position from a forward-looking basis? Because if all we do is slap on the Band-Aid, it's gonna be a bigger Band-Aid next year. We're gonna be no further along to solve.
But we need that Band-Aid now.
Well, so
we need that Band-Aid for that $2.5 million now.
I don't think there's anybody making the case for not paying this. I think everybody in the room is in agreement.
That was I asked, my question was, where was that $2.5 million coming from? That was all.
Yeah. And so
there was nothing else in that conversation. So then we went from there to this should have been 2 different conversations.
I disagree.
Should have been 2 different
The reason
conversations.
I disagree is that this conversation did not take place last year. So at some point, we gotta get serious about making movements. Otherwise, it's just, well, one of these days we'll get around to it. Well, we're no further along on this today than we were last July. When you and Paula came in here, we were talking about the levy.
I mean, I can identify what options and local opportunities we have as, I talk with other counties, what I see from the state. I usually update the board when we.
And we go to meetings with Job and Family Services. We go to meetings, we know, as commissioners, know what's going on in each county and what Jody's doing.
I mean, I communicate directly to the state director when they created the Department of Children and Youth about what I was seeing 2 years ago. And I continue to communicate the issues we see in Ross County and the increased costs and just what our issues are. I've testified at, I think, the House Finance Committee or the House Human Services on child welfare and what I see across. So I try to communicate at the state level and advocate with state agencies. I've worked with CCAO, I've worked with all our associations, but I mean, we do have a good relationship with our county partners, not just our 3 counties, but with all the counties around us, because this is something we see as an issue. We're all trying to figure out how to respond, because it just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yep.
So
we started this conversation today, not even everybody on the same page as far as exactly what this request was for. So, I mean, that's the level of lack of coordination, I think, that we were faced with 2 hours ago. Everybody's clear now. This is specifically for foster care. Nobody's disputing that there's a need. The county has an obligation to take care of it. It's time for us to really dial in on this so that we're not screwing around with this next year with a $3 million price tag instead of 2.5. That's my only point.
What's your overall department budget?
I think it's 3-4 million.
34 million. We were talking 10 million for this. 34 million was what I was talking about. This is just a small part of the overall budget for Child Companion Services. It's for Child Protective Services. And there's a lot of other moving parts that go into this organization's funding. But you're talking like we haven't done anything about this. And I take exception to that because you don't understand. There is no tree branch answer for this. We've been working away at this for years, and I've just been 2 years on the job working with this. These guys have been at it longer because we've seen it coming. Every time we compare numbers on the budget, we see it coming. So we're, and the commissioners up at CCAO are working on this. And they're going to the state legislature. You look at the legislative policy notes every month that come out from the State House, you see it's on there.
So, well, respectfully, what we have right now is a $2.5 million invoice without an appropriation. So this seems to have caught somebody.
And my question to you was, where do we get that $2.5 million?
You make an appropriation from the general fund. But do you want to do it all at one time, or do you want to do a portion of it and allow the county to continue to earn interest on what's left to help solve the problem and come back to this maybe 4 months from now for a progress update?
We do, because we need to we're 60 days
I
back.
just said, you're 60 days, you're 2 months behind on this.
So is JFS in a position where if this $2.5 million doesn't come right now,
We'll just be delayed on when we pay our bills. The courthouse shut down at the middle of December. We just opened back up. We were about 2 months out, so we need to get people caught up and get closer to a 45-day turnaround time on our bills.
so what's going to happen the second half of this year? Are we going to have another $2.5 million request?
No, we talked about possibly $1 million, but it just depends on, it's so hard to tell when we get kids. I'm trying to judge that, but we think that hopefully we'll be able to get further along in the year before we'd have any additional requests.
Guys, this is what I'm saying. So even if last year you'd have decided, hey, let's put a levy on in November, you wouldn't have had any proceeds until this year. And so the current levy generates $1 million. Let's say you put on a $2.5 million levy on top of the $1 million levy. The soonest you're going to get that is the following year. We're at a
That's
point.
why we were talking about putting a levy on last year.
Well, we're at a point now where the compounding lack of progress on this is really starting to cost the county.
It's escalating costs. It's not a lack of progress. It's an issue, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's a real issue.
Right.
It's not somebody's negligence.
Well, then what are we, I guess I should say, not even we, what is Ross County gonna do to start taking steps toward addressing this in a longer term manner after this is made? That's the question. The plan can't be, we just gotta wait for the state to do
I'm
something.
not saying we're waiting on the state. We're initiating things
Okay.
through CCAO, through, You know, I've been involved in just about every one of the sidebars that we have on presentations regarding this issue. Leading those conversations. It's not like we were sitting on our hands not doing anything. We're looking for answers. But this is a compounding problem that's just getting worse. And the state refuses to budge on what they allow in funding to help counter it with residential treatment centers.
Which I think speaks to the need for a more local approach to solving the problem.
Well, I'd welcome your activity on that.
Well, I'd love to be a part of it. I want to be a part of it. It sounds like Jody has some ideas. I mean, what do? Do we put together a task force on this? I mean, we got to be able to, 6 months from now, for example, wouldn't it be really nice for Ross County to be able to say, we've identified opportunities, here's the things we're moving on, independent of what may or may not happen at the state.
I mean, we can come up with a plan, I think, of what those opportunities are, what we see in the next few months, and then see if what is concrete, doable.
Who should be part of that conversation?
I think it's up to the commissioners on who they feel should be included with that. I mean, these are things that we look at within the agency currently, but I mean, I'm open to whatever the commissioners want us to look at and do.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if we're gonna put a task force together, I'd like to be a part of it. I'd like you to be a part of it. Any of these two guys that wanna be on it, be a part of it. Jody? Rick?
Lindsay from our office.
Jeffers?
If you want, yeah.
Well, we'll have a discussion on this as commissioners and make a decision on it, no deal.
Okay, I think that's fair. Separate, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I haven't spoken yet, and I apologize, I had to step out. My renter said that he thinks there's a fire in the house, and so apparently I'm the only one who could call 911. I wasn't here for, I'm new to all of this. I've been here for only a number of weeks. I think that this is a good conversation. I seem like there's some tension here that probably originated before I was here. But look, this is clearly no issue that we can solve overnight. But I think the idea of looking for capturing costs, harnessing costs, something that CCAO is highly engaged on. We as commissioners are engaged in with JFS. I don't want to attribute. I don't want to, let me think. I'm just trying to say, let's all expect each other's motivations to be the best here. There's no reason that this should be as contentious as it is. You need the money. We need to take care of these kids. For me, the hardest part of all of this has been to sit and listen to the condition that some of our children have to live in this community. Kids with really heartbreaking issues and trouble. I agree that there's things that we can think about to address this issue at the same time harnessing costs. But by no means is anything that we do in terms of the task force going to solve the entire issue. I mean, and the issue has almost become beyond itself in terms of anyone in this room being able to solve it. You've got problems with parents. You've got problems. I mean, this stuff, and it gets worse and worse over time. How many kids did you say we have in our?
We have about 125 to 130 kids in either temporary custody or permanent custody. And that stays pretty consistent. So we have kids waiting for adoption. We have kids waiting to be reunified. We have kids waiting to go into permanent custody. So it just varies depending on where they're at.
But to put some context to it, Ross County, we've got a $36 million general fund budget. And so if what we're talking about is, let's say it's a $3 million hole to fill annually, we're talking about a 1/12 of Ross County's general budget going toward foster care alone. That's almost impossible to comprehend. And so what I'm saying is there is surely a way for a group of smart people to get involved in this and figure out a way to reduce these costs. And so, yeah, it's one thing to throw the money at it. And I don't say that pejoratively, it's the case that money is going to be thrown at this. You can't do that for several years in a row without getting into the cause of the increase in the costs. And if Columbus doesn't do anything about it, that's on them. But we have things that we're able to do locally from the sound of what Jody has to say about it. And I just think it's time for us to get moving. Maybe we start talking to other counties. Maybe we put together a local task force. Maybe there's other things that need to take place, but it's got to be more than just spending money.
I agree. I think we all agree with that to some degree. It's not just, but I don't think that the problem is spending money. I think the problem is the cost itself. And I'd like to see, you know, we can sit around and talk about how to fix the leak in one vote, but overall, as we improve as a community, a lot of these issues, what we don't want to see is the share of our community who relies on these services to grow. And I think that's the most important thing in all of this. The costs are going to go up. We don't have a lot of control in the short term over these costs. We can explore how to, maybe it does make sense to invest in something more locally so that we're not, you know, shipping kids to Cleveland. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we'll go through this process and realize it doesn't make sense, because we're gonna have the question still of who's gonna pay for it, how much is it gonna be? And it's expensive. You got a 20-kid bed is going to be full in a heartbeat. And this problem isn't going to get worse. It's a problem that county didn't think about really that much until we had an unfunded mandate from the state. But regardless, it's a mandate and it's an obligation. And we could probably spend a whole day talking about, or a series of mini days. And I think that's what you're proposing. I'm open to being a part of that conversation, but you know, maybe part of that conversation is asking the voters to participate in the levy.
So in the end, if that's the case, maybe it is, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows that. But so I'm glad you brought that up, because in the end, there can't be any conversation about strategizing for low voter turnout. I don't think anybody in this room is going to feel really good about that. So if and when that time comes, it's going to be totally upfront. I don't think anybody should make a plan for how to go around voters depending on who's going to turn out or not. People need to know upfront, here's what we're doing.
I think there's strategy in any conversation that like organizations that rely on levy want to have those conversations. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter when the levy election is held. It's still, in my opinion, leaving the choice up to the voters. Now, if the voters don't care that much and they decide to sit on a year when there's not that much to go to, I mean, levies are political. There's going to be a campaign for it. There could be a campaign against it. At the end of the day, that choice is left up to the taxpayers themselves.
I agree, but the citizens should never be strategized against by the elected official in terms of, here's what we need to do to ensure the outcome we want. The timing of it is what it is. I would hope that there's agreement that it's a bad idea for us to make strategies around low voter turnout for something like this.
I don't think.
Who did that?
I think he's referencing Commissioner Garrett.
That was the conversation that took place last July when we were all up here. The too many voters conversation.
I wasn't here for that.
Yeah. So I think a good conversation's been had around this, and we have something to start working with, which is what we've needed. And the question for how to deal with this is that, Udi, to your point, if you guys want to make a $2.5 million appropriation for a transfer to JFS, that's the action that we need to take place.
I don't think we want to, I think we need to.
Okay. That's fair. So what if the commissioners, for example, said, we're going to do $1.5 million today? Does that leave you guys in a position of still not being able to pay bills?
I mean, well,
Where are we getting this $2.5 million from, Jeff? That's the only thing that's my answer, is where is that coming from?
From the general fund, I told you several times.
I'll make a motion that we issue $2.5 million to Job and Family Services from the general fund. That's my motion.
Did you just say a second?
Don't you wanna know more about their specific cash position right now before you make that action?
I already know about it. They wouldn't have come to me if they didn't have enough cash. I gotta have a meeting with them once a month.
It sounds like there's some nuance here. Jody, do you want?
I have a meeting with them
I
once a
didn't
month.
give Paula the exact cash position. We don't have a lot of cash on hand right now, so I think we had enough for about 1 month's worth of bills. So.
Okay, second, let's pass this, let's get your money.
But I've been talking about it.
Sorry, I won't say in order. Go ahead.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
So I think that's the follow-up that should take place.
Thank you, Jody, for coming here. I know you weren't on the agenda. And I'm glad that you joined us and was able to share all of that information. I want there to be better dialogue. I want, it sounds to me like you're providing everything the auditor needs to know his job. I don't want things to be like this. This is not how government should work, where we're getting heated with one another in this meeting. And that's not directed toward anybody. This is not how we need to get. Whether that means we make better time for this type of conversation within the agenda, that would probably help. But we all need to be more mindful of the way that we talk to one another.
I agree 100%, but here's the deal. I agree with you. I think we need to start with the task force, and we need to start tearing down the things that we can make a difference on. Understanding that this isn't a light switch, we're gonna fix the whole thing and it's going by on.
Absolutely.
So let's just start chipping away.
Yeah.
I'm interested in doing it.
Yep.
So let's just start and see where we can trim costs, and we can maybe go and get some limits put on costs up at the state for housing, for care.
I think it's a comparison on what some of the other counties are doing, what they've done in the past with some of their funds. In that way, you can see kind of what some of the other counties of similar size are looking at, what they've done. And some of the counties that
Give it
have
a try. Yeah, let's give it a try.
Okay.
I'm all for that.
But we've gotta be totally clear-eyed about the present state of things, the scope of the problem, and the trend moving forward. And I'll just tell you, I feel a lot better about this situation right now than I did this time last year, for example. So that's some progress.
We both.
We just gotta keep going.
Last year.
Right.
And it's coming again this year, only sooner. I think we took care of it earlier or later in the year last year than we did this year. Not in January, for sure.
Yeah. So we have a path.
When do you want to get together?
Well, it sounds like Udi wants this to be a commissioner's conversation. I respect that, so I'll plug out. You guys let me know when you're ready for me. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, just let me know what you're ready to do. I'll see y'all on Wednesday. All right. Thanks. Nice work as always. See you guys.
See, look, he's taking everyone his trophies with him.
Did Jordan ever get his question?
Yeah.
Okay, I went in here.
Yeah.
We asked him. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we asked him what he was doing.
You know, I asked him, was he?
He might have realized whatever it was, we're talking about it right now.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Doing well.
How are you?
Good, good.
That's, man, it's afternoon.
What's your name?
Andrew Hall from Ross County Historical Society. That's all
I
right.
thought you looked all familiar.
We've met the one time. That's all right.
So much for coming by.
Of course.
Yep.
You might want to go in and
Yeah, let's turn the monitor off.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All
Favor?
Aye.
right.
Opposed, same sign.
That should be entertaining for the viewers.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you guys for a minute. As I said, my rental property may not be on fire. So I'm gonna.
Might be on fire.